launching 6 new peer-reviewed journals under this association for the benefits of the students. These journals are still running successfully. Under the flagship of this association, she was instrumental in conducting 4 international conferences from year 2012 to 2016. She left the need, she felt the need of academic consultancy and guidance to the students. So she set up a new organization by the name of Research Solution Global. The website is www.resolglobal.com in year 2019. The organization provides academic guidance to the students fraternity of higher education for their technical writing work and publication work. This organization also disseminates knowledge by conducting online internship and seminars. She has many papers published and presents, and she has, patron's registration in her name. At present, she is guiding many national and international students on their academic front. I would really like to welcome Dr. Neelam, and I would please go ahead and request her to just, talk what she is supposed to do.
Thank you so much, Dr. Najma. Thank you so much. Very good afternoon to all of you who are presented here. I am Dr. Neelam Goel. Extend my warm welcome to you all on behalf of Research Solution Global and in collaboration with this Muralidhar College, Girls College, Calcutta, for this international conference on multidisciplinary research in current era. Today, in the dynamic research scenario, is an open field for the focused, hardworking, and dedicated researchers. It is a dynamic time because the tool of technology are at the beak and the call for the student of various basket of the disciplines. Whereas on the one hand of the technique of information technology and artificial intelligence have made life easier by making a large variety of information available to the scholars belonging to a variety of faculties. Earlier, the West comparison the USA and UK based academic institution boosted of excellence in research and progress. Today, however, the southeastern and eastern as well as Middle Eastern regions are coming forward with excellent research initiatives and with large number of vast horizon of research opening to up to them. Each named and fame for himself or herself in their respective fields. It is the demand of the time that the research scholar of these regions give ample opportunity to expand and grow. With their hard work and ingenuity, these scholars are taking the help of language inputs, corrective services to attain a world-class level of acceptance for their scholarship. This platform present this kind of research work and encourage scholars to explore vast areas of science, technology, social science, and language based on the fine art and management disciplines. The scholars today is accessing vast resources of knowledge and information to cross previously unexplored area in a variety of fields. The scholars have their command a variety of helpline to their access ideas, to develop themselves, to research further, to discuss their outcomes and present their research findings. The conference today open up for the lots of scholars to help them create their signature method of reporting them research input and output. So I wish them all the very best and to have means they will get the output from this conference. Thank you so much and best wishes to all the scholars who are going to present their papers. Over to you, Nazma.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neelam. It was so nice of you. So I think now it is time to release the conference souvenir. Can I ask Vishal, please do that? So I think conference souvenir has been released. So I would like to introduce Dr. Kinjal.
Ma'am, wait. Conference owner is not presented yet, so you have to
Oh,
wait.
okay. I think I just did it. I'm sorry. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you. Let me introduce you to Dr. Kinjalki Biswal, principal of Maladri Girls College. Dr. Kinjali Biswal, principal of Maladri Girls College, is a steward of the college setting, the core values that will move students towards academic achievements and staff towards professional success. Dr. Biswal completed her MCS in inorganic chemistry with a first class and PhD from Jodhpur University. She completed postdoc in material science from Jodhpur University. She was associated with MRPs and has 26 both national and international papers. She joined Berahmus Girls College in 1997 and taught there for 18 years. Finally, she joined as a principal in 2015 at Moradilar Girls College. She has 26 years of teaching experience with 8 years of experience in administration. She knows the importance of the roles and fulfills the duties with commitment, purpose, and steady effort. She has the ability to establish and share a vision of academic success, encouraging cooperation and collaborations among teachers, staff, and students. She is warm, compassionate, believes in women empowerment, and promotes a cognitive environment for education that is characterized by safety, support, and orderliness for the learning centered environment. She helps teachers and students to reach their fullest potential through continuous learning opportunities. She was a catalyst in organizing this event, and with her support only we have been able to organize this event today. May I now request Dr. Kinjalkin Biswal, principal of Morality Girls College, to welcome the gathering by saying few words.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Of course, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Now, first, good afternoon to one and all. I extend a warm welcome on behalf of Muralidhar Girls College, all the staff, teaching, non-teaching, and the students, to the dignitaries and the participants of today's international conference in this online mode, arranged by the Department of Psychology, Muralidhar Girls College, affiliated to the University of Calcutta, Kolkata, and in collaboration with Research Solutions Global, Gurgaon, on a very relevant topic, multidisciplinary research in this current era. I thank all the dignitaries, more than 50s in numbers, who will be conveying some knowledge in this genre when scholars, students, and faculties will be benefited to a large extent and help in the progress of the society. So I believe. Now, the progress of a society, its credibility, stability depends all on the analysis and accountability based on research. The objective of this research is at first to understand the problem, then to identify the cause and effect that is being created, to improve the quality of the present existence, and to innovate new ideas in this genre. So research study plays a very vital role in the current era. By this process, we can obtain dependable solutions through systematic and scientific investigations. Those should be logical too, overriding the emotions based on practical experiences. In the modern business environment, where operational problems are always of very complex nature, research provides a solution-oriented, carefully designed procedures. Now, research helps us to discover the functional relationships among various phenomena that exist in a corporate or a government organizations. All is the same. Decision making under uncertainty is a fact in every sphere of life. It exists. And research provides us the inferences and the generalizations that help in functioning the future happenings in the organization. All important policies are focused on the basis of this research conducted. Now, research is a multi-dimensional activity which comes in various forms and is used in all social, behavioral, educational, economical, and management sciences. It may be classified in four following types. Number one, descriptive research versus analytical research. Basically, it depends on the collection, recording, describing, and analyzing the facts related to the study. Number two, there is the applied or fundamental research. Action oriented or solutions oriented, this research is not too much of a solving method, but the methods are not so rigorous as in the fundamental researches. Number three, the quantitative or the qualitative research. In this quantitative, it is based on quantitative variables. That is, it involves objects and individuals that vary in size, quantity, amount, scale, or degree. And qualitative is based on qualitative variables, which may vary in scales or any unit. Behavioral characteristics, the likes and dislikes of the customers, are investigated for understanding the current pattern of the company and its progress. Now, the fourth one is the conceptual or the empirical research. This is the most important one. It involves the development of new theory and abstract idea and generalized principles. Philosophers, intellectuals, the thinkers, the scientists, they carry out this kind of research based on the conceptual knowledge that they have. Now, this is the most popular and powerful tool in the modern method, and this is what we use nowadays. So research is basically finding new knowledge involving asking a question and then trying to find an answer to it. Research is essentially a systematic, scientific, and structured inquiry seeking facts through objective methods. So it should have a clear step-by-step pathway. The steps that we can follow are: number one, problem formulation. Number two, literature survey. Number three, development of hypothesis. Number four, research design. Number five, choice of sample design. Number six, data collection. Number seven, analysis and interpretation of data. Number eight, hypothesis testing. Number nine, interpretation of results. And finally, number 10, that is report writing. Any positive data always brings us a result, an outcome. Similarly, any negative data also gives us some knowledge that defines our path. And it is all about research. I would also like to mention specially the name of Dr. Rituparna Boshak, head of the Department of Psychology of Muralidhar Girls College, for her enthusiasm in making this program happen. Also, she was backed by the other staff of the college, that is Anurag Lama, Bithi Lahiri, Nitali Mollik, Rakhi Dashgupta, Ashengupta, and Roma Basura. Thank you all for a patient hearing and hoping a huge success for today. I wish to sign off. Over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kalanjani, for your kind words and motivating us. Thank you. Let me move forward, and I would like to introduce, our, the other keynote speaker, Dr. Saikat Kumar Basu. He's an executive research director at Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada. Dr. Saikat Kumar Basu did his 2 masters in botany specialization microbiology from the University of Kolkata, India, and agricultural studies from the University of Lethbridge, Canada. Currently serving as the executive research director, performance seat, Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada. His research areas cover commercial productions of medicinal plants, forage crop quality production, pollinators, conversations, and ecosystem regeneration. He has several peer-reviewed articles and book chapters published in reputed national and international journals. He has written, edited, co-edited over 25 books. He has participated in a number of national and international seminars and conferences presenting papers and posters, and is an active member of a number of organizations in Canada and as well as India. He's associated, I'm sorry, he's associated as an editor and contributor to the Encyclopedia of Earth, specializing in areas of biological and environmental science. Traditionally trained in botany, plant science, and specializing in microbiology, works actively in various areas of plant science and environmental conservation. The author works extensively on forage crops like forage, legumes and grasses, medicinal herb and spice crops like fenugreek, Greek. Currently, he is also working in areas of pollinator insects conservation, integrated habits development, and on establishing pollinator sanctuaries in various agroclimate regions. Saita received the Gratitude Citizenship Award in 2009, Alberta Gratitude Students Award in 2009, CSA Best Art Award in 2010, SAEV Volunteer Award in 2011, AFC Celebrate Agriculture in Alberta Photo Award in 2012, ASBP Peggy Thomas Publication Award 2014, and Gopal Chand Batarji Award in 2000, I believe, Annual Award 2020, and Professor J.B. Matthew Award. I first would like to apologize, Doctor, if I could not pronounce all those biological terminologies. So I would just like to, welcome you to the, international conference, and we would like to hear from you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here. Am I audible?
Of course you are.
Okay. Thank you so much for your warm reception and an introduction. And I extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to the organizer, Global Research Council Gurgaon, and the principal and the faculty members of Muralidhar Girls College. My special thanks to Dr. Rituparna Boshak and her other faculty members of this institute for putting this together so that we could all get together and have this international conference today. So I am very much thankful to all of you, and would like to deliver my lecture, if that's okay for now. And if I cross my time, please feel free to stop me. No problem on that. Thank you.
I'll do it. Thank you.
Appreciate it. So why, we are here on this platform today discussing about multidisciplinary research. Now, why do we need this multidisciplinary research? One of the very professional answer to this is that it's an exchange of ideas, cross-pollination of thoughts and processes among various faculties across universities and institutes, and building a common capacity so that we can learn from each other and help in the progress of science and technology and other branches of arts, humanities, and social sciences. But this is a very formal definition of what multidisciplinary research is. Multidisciplinary research truly evolved as a part of a need. Why people move towards multidisciplinary research is that, say, if you look into the history of any discipline, whether it's literature, whether it's any branches of science or social science or anywhere, you will see there comes a time when there is an acceleration of the curve of publications and productivity, and then you hit a plateau. You hit a plateau in the sense that it comes to a stage when you do not have enough resources, enough new ideas, enough new approaches or pathways to come up and publish in very high quality journals. Now, across the Western world, which includes European Union, USA, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and other associated countries, publication is a very intensively competitive field, and academia is an intensely competitive arena. And it's not it's not everyone's easy plate that they can all be very successful in that and continue in their career unbeaten. Unless you come up with very new innovative ideas, you will be cut down with your grants, you won't get support from your own university, the government may or may not provide you with enough funding if the materials that you are producing down the line is quite average, or it's just like repetition of other work or continuation of other work. So now, if you by chance the chance of looking into any of the reputed international journals, like let me take the example of Nature or Science, particularly in papers that are related to science, you will see the number of authors have plummeted to somewhere 50, 75, 85, 110. I have counted about 120, 125 authors contributing in one major paper. Now, why is this? Why is this, particularly in case of science, this is changing in globally, that so many people have to contribute in producing one paper, while one or two or three or four people could produce one paper? The reason is that the international journals, or the very high impact journals, which are impact factors over 30 and stuff, and they have very high submission rate and a very, very high rejection rate, only 5% or less than acceptance. Now, they have a very, very high quality parameters. Like, it has to be innovative, it has to be the best of the lot, it has to be one of the pioneering research on the field and whatnot. So, like, say, if I think about English, so you'll have to be Shakespeare in your thoughts and production. If you are thinking about Bengali literature, you have to be a Rabindranath Tagore in producing new materials. Or if it is like in Hindi, you have to be someone like Munshi Premchand, coming up with new, innovative, great ideas and theories and quality publications in literature or any branch of academia, which is not always possible because the technology has changed. For example, I'll just start with giving an example of science, is that now high quality science, which makes publication in very high impact factor journal, it is almost getting impossible for one institute, one or two departments, or a few people to come out with papers or come out with publications, come out with innovations that they can knock the door and make their way into that publication, because it is superbly expensive. The grants are getting smaller over the time because of multiple economic factors, not just in the developing world, but also in case of first world countries. So everyone is looking for cutting edge technology, cutting edge theories, cutting edge philosophy, cutting edge everything. And that is not humanly possible for one individual, one lab, one university, one group to come up with. And it is superbly expensive, and you need the expertise of so many people together to collaborate on a same platform, that unless you have collaborated with significant good laboratories in your area, you will never be able to make through the door into those topmost journal or top-notch prestigious journals where Nobel laureates publish, or those coming with Fields Medal and other significant awards around the world in various disciplines are making their way out. And this is not just the case of science and technology or engineering. This is happening in social sciences. This is happening in humanities too. But the pace of development of multidisciplinary research has been more and more and more in science, because it's the need of the time. So how it happens is that when you see a paper, a multi-research paper or a multi-dimensional research paper, you will see so many authors cited in one single paper, around say like as many as 120, is because you need to share your laboratory resources, you need to share your library resources, you need to share your technicians, research student, grants, ideas, as well as other collaborative part. Only then you are able to make your way into those high level publications. And this is what is happening in the Western world. So most of the premier institute which to work together separately now, it's now you will see there is an extensive cross-pollination between Europe and North America, where Max Planck Institute in Germany, or whether it's a premier institute or of France or Germany or Belgium or Netherlands, or in UK like Oxford, Cambridge, all are coming up and collaborating with several American universities, and then they're collaborating on international projects which needs expertise from a large number of facilities and faculties to come up with a successful high impact publication. Now, while talking about this, it is the shared experience, the shared expertise, and the shared resources of various institute and individual that is necessary in doing a successful multidisciplinary research. This is the brighter side of the story, where it is like everything is nice, all things bright and beautiful. But this is not always the case that happens. When you have to work with a huge group, and we are all human, there are challenges of ego, there are challenges of time pressure, there are challenges of, oh, he's not doing his part or she's not doing his part, I have to do the major part and stuff. And these create conflicts. And unless these conflicts are successfully brought down over time, multidisciplinary research becomes extremely challenging and often very difficult to complete. So this multidisciplinary research that we see in very cutting edge science, technology, and other areas of humanities and social science happening in first world countries is not an overnight success. These has evolved over the past 100 years, and they have reached a stage now where now they are comfortable in collaborating with one another. It wasn't very smooth for a very long time. Everyone realized that unless you cooperate, unless you pitch in, unless you are part of the team, a high-level multidisciplinary research work does not successfully run to yield the desirable projects or the product that we are looking for. Now, there has been a change or shift in the granting institutes that provide funding money, both in the United States, Canada, or across North America and European Union, or in countries like Australia, where now they would rather fund those projects which are multidisciplinary in research, that shows joint effort from not only from one country or a few universities from or research institute from one country, it could be even institute overseas. So there is international collaborations that are happening now in case of multidisciplinary research, and it is important in the sense that it strengthens the quality of your research. Now, these multidisciplinary research, we all know, is a very significantly important aspect of modern research, and we all appreciate it possibly. But particularly in third world countries, and particularly in an emerging global power like India, which has a huge research infrastructure, a lot of universities and institutes, unfortunately, multidisciplinary research has not been able to take that kind of shape that it would have taken 75 years post-independence. We'll discuss why this challenge is here in India, but before that, let me give you one example. This is a hypothetical example, but I will give you an example to illustrate how multidisciplinary research helps you to land your publication, land your hard work in the most trusted journals, most trusted magazines, most trusted and respected publishers of the world for your work. Say, for example, there is we have an archaeological survey of India, which is a very reputed and a large institute. Say, for example, you go somewhere in Bengal, in the state, particularly in North Bengal, there is an excavation going on, and you find a statue that maybe represent the Gupta period or something like that. Now, previously, even now, what would you do? Or what would an archaeologist do? He will definitely get that idol out, make an estimation of the time, give a historical background, details of the period that he has worked with, or, the stratigraphic layers and stuff. And then it becomes a moderately good paper that may go into some archaeology journal and magazine. But think of it. If you are thinking of a multidisciplinary research, how you can change this. Say, for example, an archaeologist or a historian, if you have in your team, they will be able to give you the archaeological and historical perspective of this finding. Now, if you have a physicist and an engineer or a metallurgical engineers in your team, they can give you the metallic compositions, the details, which will give you an idea of the metallurgical work of that period, or what kind of metals, what kind of forging that they used to do. Now, if you go for carbon dating with very high precise with biology, and if you look into the plant organisms or other soil microbes that have accumulated on those idols, isolate them, and you can determine the period of degradation of the metals that has happened. But this cannot be done by a single archaeologist, right? You need the help of a soil scientist, you need help of a geologist, you need help of a geographer to give a precise location of where and at what depth it was available, a stratigraphist, historian, archaeologist, whatnot, a social scientist to give a background of the social environment in that period. And then you have people from physics, chemistry, biology giving you intricate laboratory details of the biological, physical, and chemical composition, X-rays, nuclear magnetic resonance imaging of those. Maybe you can do even medical science level of scans that improves, and without dissecting the instrument or without dissecting the idol, you can create artificial intelligence applications and softwares that can slice the image in bits and can give you details of even cracks or fracts, everything within that idol that you have discovered on the soil. So when all these data, say from 50, 60 different institute, laboratories, or people coming together, gives you an outstanding multidisciplinary research article that can help you to land up in a very good journal. There could be more details added to that. There could be subsequent series publication that could follow it, but you all need the money and support, and above all, the kind of right mindset to work together. Now, why am I talking about mindset? One of the complaints that I hear from many developing countries, including India, that we do not give enough funding. Well, this is true. Like, you cannot get, like, definitely we do not get enough funding that would be equivalent to National Institute of Health or like of UK, Germany, or France, because they dedicate a much significant portion of their GDP in research. But say, let us take Indian Institute of Science, or say like our prestigious institute like Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, Delhi, Powai, wherever it is, and you provide them with $500 million for 5 years. It's a huge money that is even more than the budget of many small nations that you can pull together. If you provide them that money and you ask them to come up with those cutting edge publication in 5 years, because I'm funding you at such a high level, you cannot complain that I'm not giving you financial support. You cannot complain that I'm intervening in your work. You are given a full go. Show me that you can come up with a publication in that range of a journal. Will it be possible? Well, theoretically, maybe yes, but it is quite challenging in the sense that it's not so easy. You need years of evolution of your laboratory facilities. We can buy 10,000 instruments, but how that instrument works and how to interpret that data, you need human resources to be built up over time. So although we talk about money being the big hurdle in coming up with significant multidisciplinary research in developing countries such as India, it's not very true. It is the mindset. According to me, it's my personal opinion, it is the mindset. I have traveled quite extensively in India, visited numerous universities and undergraduate colleges by this time. And what I see is that there is a lack of collaboration and cooperation, not only within the universities, but also within the departments, also within allied departments. So I have been in Jadavpur University, and I found out that there has never been an interaction or even a common conference between mathematics and statistics. There is no collaboration between physics and chemistry on the same department, although they are individually doing good. There is very little collaboration between the various engineering faculties. And this is not the case of one university. This is the case of universities and research institutes across the country.
I'm sorry, Vasu, can I interrupt? As you said, I can interrupt.
I have crossed my time, right?
It was so beautiful. It was so nice.
Thank you so much. No, I think I have delivered my point. So, thank you so much. It has been a pleasure sharing with you.
I got many points because I'm working in one of the very prestigious good university in Dehradun, UPS, and this research things, as you said, that is a very huge thing. Why many people come together to write one paper, where a paper should be written by one or two. Thank you so much. That was a lovely, information.
Yeah, the
So
only great example of collaborative research work in India has been ISRO. ISRO is the only institute that has really demonstrated at the international level that what multidisciplinary research could do. Other than that, not many universities or institute has been able to be successful at that platform. Thank you.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. On behalf of the entire audience, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude for the outstanding keynotes address you delivered at our conference. Dr. Basu, your talk both informative and inspiring, and it has certainly set the tone for the rest of the event. Your expertise in the field was evident from the depth and breadth of your knowledge. Yeah, you were really into it. That was really great. Your keynote address has been the highlight of the evening, and we are confident that it will have a last impact on all of us, lasting impact. I would really like to, really say for it was such a great opportunity. So now I would like to start the, paper presentation. In our paper presentation, in the first panel, obviously we have, as technical session, we have Dr. Basu, which we have already, heard about him. He's going to be one of the technical session chairs, and the second technical chair is a beautiful lady called Dr. Rituparan Basak. I do apologize if I cannot pronounce your name so well. Okay. So our first technical session chair is Dr. Sakti Kumar, which we already heard about him. I would like to ask Dr. Ritupur Baskat, Oh, I'm going to introduce him. I'm sorry. I have to first introduce who are you. Dr. Rituparna Bhaskar is an assistant professor and head of the Department of Psychology at Muralidhar College, Girls College, Kolkata. In fact, I'm half Bengali, but still I cannot pronounce the well so well. It's really sad. She did her MCS in applied psychology from the University of Kolkata. She received GRF and SRF from Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, and completed her PhD in applied psychology from the University of Kolkata. Her areas of research interests are social psychology, educational psychology, and organizational behavior. She works actively on different psychological, social, and educational aspects of various sample groups. Currently, she is working in the area of social media addiction among college students. Very interesting, doctor, in relation to some other psychological variables. She receives the best paper about in 2009 and Parbo Summon in 2021. So now let's start with the paper presentation. Do we have our first presenter, Mr. Jaya Krishna? Do we have Mr. Jaya Krishna here? I think I'm going to. Oh, you're here. Okay, sir. That's great. Can we see you as well? Can you switch on the camera if it's okay? Okay, so the first presenter is Dr. M. Jayakrishna. I think he alone is going to present a paper on advanced soft computing tools or optimization techniques used for the analysis of metal, matrix, composite materials. So I hope you're going to keep in your mind that you have 6 minutes, and I think 2 minutes to 3 minutes we can ask our keynoters or the chairpersons to ask any questions. All the
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, please go ahead.
Actually, the main topic of my presentation is the soft computing tools and optimization techniques in the usage of metal matrix composite materials. Actually, a composite material is a combination of two or more materials which are physically and chemically different and do not blend each other. So, when comes to my paper, a metal matrix composite material is a composite material where the particles like whiskers metal sheets, etc., which combine with a metal or alloy. That is the metal matrix composite material. What are the optimization techniques and tools are using? We have to discuss in this paper, madam. Actually, there are many techniques to analysis the metal matrix composite materials, like casting techniques, like.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. It will be okay if you will open your camera, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess there's a problem.
Ma'am, excuse
Yeah.
me, ma'am, 1 minute. Actually, PPT is not sharing.
We are sharing the PPT, sir. You have to open your camera. We want to see you while presenting your paper. We want to see you.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We can see you now.
Okay, madam. Madam, can you forward the PPT?
Should we go to the next page?
Yes, madam. Next page.
Please, next page.
Next page, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Actually, now I discussed about the composite materials and metal matrix composite materials. In my research, I have found that there are several various techniques to analyze the metal matrix composite materials. The first one is the aluminum metal matrix materials, and the second one is metal matrix materials preparation by steel casting method, and the third one is metal matrix material is composed with nanoparticles. And there are many methods like artificial neural network and RSM methods. They are the programming methods by without using the manufacturing technology which are used in casting. Madam, can you go to next page? Next page. Actually, the first method is comprised of aluminum metal matrix composite materials. Mainly, this my method is based because to improve the properties like wear resistance and stiffness and strength of the matrix and etc. properties. And the second method is production of metal matrix composite material through steel casting. The steel casting methods is a certain parameters like steel speed and steeling temperature. Next one. And the third method is metal matrix composite material based nanoparticles. Metal matrix materials also uh, adopted by nano using small nano whiskers and nanoparticles. And the fourth method I have researched is artificial intelligence and numerical network. There are artificial nodes by the nodes and the AI programming language. We give the whatever the parameters we require to programming. When the output comes, the product comes with certain qualities like in 3D printing or ANSYS and etc. software. And the fifth method is by using EDM and WEDM on metal matrix composite materials. Can you go to next one? And the last method is finite element material analysis method. In this method also there will be components in matrix combination. Through the matrix combination, we use the input and take the output, and overall we took the metal matrix composite materials, madam. By overall research, I concluded that nowadays metal matrix composite materials are you know metal matrix composite materials are recently preparing by normal manufacturing methods like steel casting and using nanoparticles, and also using steel casting and iridium and EDM. And by that methods, there are some errors like that. Sometimes the wear resistance and tool resistance will be there also. While in the preparation of nanoparticles, there will be some what do I mean? Small gaps will be in the metal matrix components. Due, due to that, the damping capacity and wear resistance will be increased. To overcome all the errors, nowadays the ANN, FEM, these methods are comes into picture. When we use these methods, the whatever the outputs we have discussed, they will be cured. this is the aluminum metal matrix composite materials of various methods, madam. There will be 4 methods. First one is solid state, and liquid state, and deposition method, inside method. In this in this all 4 methods, our main component is our aluminum matrix. We blend the aluminum matrix with a metal or alloy, and these are the tensile strength and density and coefficient of thermal expansion and density ratio while we are blending the aluminum matrix with all whiskers and metal sheets, etc. When can you forward? It is the steel casting method. What the method I have discussed in second point. By this method, we obtain metal matrix pattern. This is the pattern. And this is the metal matrix composite material by deposition of nanoparticles. These are the nanotubes, and these are the graphene and graphite sheets. By blending these with a particular matrix or alloy, we obtain that. And the artificial method is, this is artificial neural network methods. The small dots are represented as nodes. By using artificial intelligence, we blending the nodes, and we orally we take the metal matrix composite material. When can we next one? This is the graph from 2016 to and upcoming for the future, how the metal matrix composite materials are going on increasing. As of now, the ratio of metal matrix composite materials is now we are in 2023. It reached the maximum, but after 2 to 3 years also, there will be highest rate of metal matrix composite materials. These are the industrial applications and non-industrial applications where we use the metal matrix composite materials, like automotive industry. When it comes to electrical, there will be electrical transmissions, resistors, that all we can should be made with metal matrix components. And this is the software I have researched how we can prepare the metal matrix components. This is the software ANSYS. Next bit. After the overall research, I wrote a paper and published that paper. In that paper, I gave the result and discussions like that. Next page. SWOT analysis. These are the strength and weakness of this particular topic. The basic strength of these topics, when we use ANN and RSM methods, means there will be no wear resistance and shear resistance. Also, some properties like high metallic strength, damping resistance, whatever the parameters which are affecting when they use non-traditional methods and when now they are using traditional methods. The main usage of this traditional method is to avoid these parameters, and the weakness is also by using this ANN and the FEM methods. Also, there are some errors during coding and giving the inputs. And last conclusion.
Thank you so much, Dr. I appreciate that. I would like to ask Dr. Basu if you would like to.
Wait, ma'am, wait.
Yeah.
Let him conclude. Let him conclude the research.
I think he said that's it. That's why I've heard.
Is that
Actually, I concluded my research in SWOT analysis and in result and discussion. Madam, this is my conclusion, that what are the methods I have used, like the Taguchi techniques, Fuji logic, and artificial neural networks. These are the traditional methods, and the non-traditional methods like EDM, WEDM, still casting, and like these methods. These are the properties where I have been like hardness, ultimate strength. Also I have a review paper, madam, based on in presentation I cannot mention that much in detail, but in that review paper I mentioned what are the properties, how we took, how the experiment is done, whole methodologies I have written in my review paper, madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sai. So I would like Dr. Basu, if you would like to.
Can I present my review paper, madam?
I think that we are running out of time. I think this much would be fine. Will that okay? So
Thank you, Mr. Sai. It was a very good presentation. I'd just like to ask you, this is a cutting edge technology. When it becomes available, like, will it be very
Okay, madam.
expensive? Like,
Fine.
will it be accessible to like the target consumers?
Madam,
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. Can you repeat?
sir, excuse me, sir. I cannot get you, sir. The voice is little much blurring. Sir, can I off my camera, sir?
Yeah, I guess you can do it because you're having an internet issue. That will be fine.
Okay, madam.
And okay,
Okay,
Dr. Boss,
sorry. If you go, sorry,
Dr.
if you
Boss,
don't mind, can you repeat the question again, sir?
Okay. I'm just asking, it's a very good presentation, but like, because it's a cutting edge technology using nanotechnology, will it be quite expensive for the end consumers, or it will be accessible? Like, the final product, do you think it is going to be very expensive for people
Okay,
to
sir.
access it?
Yes, sir. Because when we use the non-traditional methods like the traditional methods like the steel casting and nanoparticles, sir, there might be expensive of the particles, sir, like machining materials. After the machining, also we cannot come to conclusion that they will be sure we get the result. But when we use this,
Okay, thank you. I understand. Like, once the production
sir,
gets up,
actually
I
I
think
lost
it
my
is
signal,
produced
sir.
more,
So
then the cost will come down too. Yeah.
Sai, you can switch off
Thank
your
you.
camera. You can switch off your camera. I think. Can you hear us? I think he lost. We lost him, I believe. Sai, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
No, I'm asking Sai. Sai,
sir, okay,
can you
sir.
switch off your camera? It's
Oh,
better.
okay, madam. Okay.
No, it's on again. It's on again. Switch it off. Yeah.
Okay,
Now you can.
okay. Sir, actually, your question is that the what are the methods like steel casting and nanoparticles? That methods are too expensive. You ask me, sir.
Yes, but I understand you're saying that it will be a little expensive, but I think as the production goes up, like more of this is produced, the cost will come down with the increasing in the number of production. So thank you. I think we will move to the next participant. Yeah.
I think I
Okay,
have to
sir.
ask Dr. Basak if you also would like to ask him anything, Dr. Basak.
No, not for this.
Thank you so much, Sai. Thank you, everyone. So we will be moving to the second presenter. We have Mr. Sakit Bihari. Do we have Mr. Sakit Bihari?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm
Okay,
here.
thank you so much. So he will be presenting on the role of techno-pedagogical skills for enhancing technical and learning in digital classroom. Thank you so much. I hope you stick to the time, 6 minutes. Thank
Okay.
you. And whenever it's required, please tell us. We will just, go ahead and, change the
Okay.
slide.
Just put on first slide, please.
Yeah, sure.
Second one.
Second slide.
Second slide.
Yeah, this is good.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, ma'am.
All the
Good.
best.
Okay. Thanks. Good afternoon, distinguished chairperson, Dr. Basu, Dr. Rituparna. It will be a great privilege for me to present here my conceptual paper entitled Role of Techno-Pedagogical Skill for Enhancing Teaching and Learning in Digital Classroom. This topic is important because in the present scenario, where technology is rapidly advancing, TPEC means technological pedagogical content knowledge has become increasingly relevant in teaching and learning process. It allows teachers to effectively integrate technology into their teaching practices while maintaining their pedagogical and subject matter expertise. First of all, I would like to here introduce the model which is shown in the screen. This model has been revised many times, but first time it was introduced in 2006 by Punya Misra and Kohler. And you can see here the three main concepts in this slide, that is technological knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and content knowledge. And in shadow form, the combination of these three. Can you go for the next slide, please? Okay. Hence, the first thing is what is technological knowledge? Basically, the technological knowledge for a teacher is how can we inculcate our digital content knowledge and collaborate and communicate in the classroom. In this field, we can say that the digital content like text, images, videos, audio, games, virtual realities, social media, etc., or blog posts, postdocs, online courses. In these recently developed things, if we inculcate and introduce in our classroom, it may be said that technological use. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The advancement in the technological has transformed the traditional classroom into digital classroom. We can see here in our recent trends that LMS, that is Learning Management System, Moodle, Canvas, Blackboard, Google Classroom, Scholarly, at Modo. These things had introduced in the field of teaching learning process and a lot of changes we have faced. Next slide, please. The Now we can say the pedagogical knowledge. If we can say or conclude that what is pedagogical knowledge, pedagogical means how to promote critical thinking, problem solving, creativity in learner through various instructional. We can inculcate knowledge of ongoing professional development to enhance teaching skills among the students. We can understand the learning theories, that is, for example, we have business theory, business social learning theories. We can introduce assessment and evaluation, classroom management. It means if a teacher have enough pedagogical knowledge along with technological knowledge, they can mixed up. And now can we come up on next slide, that is the
Sorry to
mixer of.
interrupt. The PPTs are not visible.
Okay, okay,
Wait, he got disconnected and about
okay,
to
okay,
share.
don't I can explain.
You
Okay,
can continue, sir.
okay, okay. If we can say that if you want to combine technology knowledge and pedagogical knowledge, then we can say that the different thing we are introducing in our classroom, for example, either digital literacy, blended classroom, LMS, educational technology tools, or adaptive learning, or gamification, or data analysis, or understanding multimedia design, or knowledge of learning analysis. These combination can be under the umbrella terms, and it will be the techno-pedagogical knowledge. Now we can come up just one slide before, please. Before TPAC, one slide is content slide, content knowledge. Yeah, thanks. Now we can come up content knowledge. The content knowledge is the basically the roots of all the knowledges for the teacher. If a teacher have enough content means all the sphere of knowledge relevant to their subjects, either it will be mathematics, English, history, science, social science, foreign language, visual art, etc. It is a knowledge of subject matter. And we can say, if we inculcate all these things, can you go to next slide, please? Because we have provided time of 6 minutes. That's why I conclude in the next slide. That is the main slide. TPAC. If we combine technological knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, content knowledge, as suggested by Punya Misra and Matthew Kohler in 2006, they are the professor at Michigan University. Technology alone cannot be enough to improve teaching and learning, as we all know. It needs to be combined with pedagogy as well as content knowledge to be effective. Effective technology integrated requires the integration of these three types of knowledge, that is content knowledge, pedagogical knowledge, and technical knowledge. If these three knowledge domains are integrated in the TPAC model, which emphasize the importance of the interesting between the domains, we can say that a lot of fruitful things will become in our society and teaching learning process. My last slide is, please. Yeah. The main focus is what will be the future perspectives of these model, that is TPAC model. There are a lot of future perspectives of this model. TPAC model can serve future perspectives as follows. It will integrate the emerging technology. it can personalized learning, OER, as we can say, open electronic resources for open textbook or open learning. It is can be inculcated in the classroom through TPAC, data-driven instruction, how technology can use to collect the data and how can we analyze. This is the best way to use TPAC in the classroom and as well as in the field of research. Collaborative learning. In the collaborative learning, we can just take few examples, that is group discussion, jigsaw, peer review, group project, role playing, debate, etc. And last but not least, artificial intelligence, where it is the burning issues of the society as well as not only for the India but abroad. Artificial intelligence, one of the best example how to utilize technology in the field of education. That's all of my presentation, and I wish the conference will be go better ahead, and I have learned a lot of things from our delegates, as I hope. Can you suggest me some few words? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Socket. And first of all, you must be sitting in a beautiful place because you have a beautiful tree.
Yeah, ma'am. Basically, I am at Kashmiri Gate metro station near park.
Okay, that's good. At least you made it. That is what, like, when there is a, what do you call it? There is a way, there is a wheel, there is way. It's good.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
really,
yeah.
thank you so much. So I would like to ask now Dr. Baska first. Please go ahead if you have any questions from Socket.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Saket. It was a good presentation and a new technology. But my question is, although this technology is appreciable, but thinking about India, where in the rural areas you do not have enough teachers, not broad-length internet and other kind of facilities, do you think that this technology will be limited only to the big cities like the metro cities, and it will not be accessible to a vast section of the students and the teachers in the rural areas? What is your
Sir,
thought on that?
yes, sir. As per my opinion, we cannot introduce all of the sudden, but we can introduce one by one step. Maybe some digital text, maybe some digital PDF format or video format, but more or less within the some span of time, it will be go to the village or rural areas, and it will be very beneficial for those students who have not enough materials. Government of India have going towards very well structured manner, as I have seen. As sir, I just want to add on one thing. I am doing my PhD from KR Mangalam University, Gurgaon, and my one of the variable is TPAC, along with other two variables. And I am going to collect the data. As I have seen in the school, the students are wanted to learn how to use their mobile device in the classroom, and that is another approach. We can introduce the TPAC through mobile first of all, and I think more or less almost all the parents are capable to do these things. Not only on the one day, maybe it will take more or 5 or 10 years, but India will definitely go ahead with TPAC, as per my opinion. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Saket, and wish you all the good luck with your PhD program. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Basak.
Actually, I also wanted to ask the same question. First of all, it was a very nice presentation. I wanted to ask what you have already said, that have you applied these techniques in your teaching process or in your class? That's
Yeah, ma'am. Yes.
okay. So, what was the result? I mean, which technique you found?
Ma'am, as I have applied in many schools, basically when I have free time, I go to the school, especially government schools, where the students have a lot of problem. And when I want to show them how to use your mobile for your educational purpose, the student was very learning attentive mode, and they just know. Suppose, for example, if I want to introduce a student, suppose how many states in India, and can you locate them? When they find out in the map in their mobile, they appreciate the process. Or in other manner, if you want to introduce the students that have anything, what such any recently data, if you want to find out, you can go the government of India's any documentation, you can see in the classroom. And as per the concern, as I think, it will take time in concern of India, but not so long. During the COVID-19 time, a lot of things have been learned, not as well as the students, by all teachers also. Hence, it will be go ahead and take will time.
Thank you and best wishes for your PhD.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Saket. All the best. We will be moving to our third person who's going to present. The Basmati Roy Chaudhary. Do we have?
Yes, I'm present. Am I audible?
Yes. So, and Dr. Tina Datta. Both of you are going to present, or you are going to be presenting on behalf of. Okay, you're together. That's good.
Together she will present, I will help her. Yes.
That's great. That's lovely. Okay, so you are going to present a paper on relationship between hope and well-being. All the best. You have 6 minutes. So let's just prepare your presentation. Yeah. And I think that we can see only your mouth rather than your entire face. Maybe you can just literally adjust your camera. Yeah, good to go.
So, good afternoon to all the present respected persons, to our respected principal ma'am, respected HOD ma'am, Rituparna Bashak ma'am, and my guide, Dr. Tini Dotto. I am now presenting my presentation. The title is Relationship Between Hope and Well-Being. Can I get the next slide? Introduction slide.
Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you.
So, positive psychology, being the fourth and the youngest force of psychology, draws our attention towards the most neglected topics of human psychology. Previously, psychological researchers focused on more on the negative and dark aspects of human psychology, like aggression, depression, frustration, anxiety, melancholy, etc. But after World War II, it was actually discovered that these are not only the traits shown by humans, there are also traits like hope, optimism, wisdom, mindfulness manifested by the human behavioral pattern. These are the traits by which person bounces back from the times when they are drowning into negativity. Hope is the virtue by which human being they are able to create and strive towards their goal, and well-being is the phenomena through which they perceive an overall satisfaction towards their life events. The next slide, we have literature review. We have reviewed 3 studies by Snyder, Youssef and Curry, and I have provided the links of those studies. The first study was on research on hope and satisfactory perception of life experiences. The second was a research on contribution of hope in positive organizational behavior, and the third was on the role of hope and academic or athletic achievement. The next slide is on methodology. The sample consisted of 30 individuals and they were randomly selected. Their age range was between 20 to 25 years, and the sample consisted of individuals who are graduated and pursuing jobs. To the measurement of well-being, the features of the well-being scale was used, and for hope, the adult hope scale.
Excuse me, request others to please keep yourself on mute. We have so much of yeah. Saket, can you keep yourself on mute? Mr. Saket? Yeah, please go ahead.
The PGI General Wellbeing Scale, it is a questionnaire that consists of 20 items, and the subject is asked to tick out all those items that are relevant to him or her for the past 1 month. And the Adult Hope Scale, it has 2 dimensions: the agency thinking and the pathway thinking. The total item number is 12, and 4 items measure agency thinking and 4 items measure pathway thinking. The agency thinking is basically the motivation for reaching goal, the amount of motivation or the kind of motivation a person has for reaching their goals. And the pathway thinking is basically the way through which a person detects their goals, or they decide which aims they want to fulfill. And the scoring was done accordingly. In the next slide, I have given the data that I have obtained for the 30 individuals, and the correlation coefficient was calculated for the data of well-being and hope. The correlation coefficient came plus 0.32. Now, the interpretation and conclusion. Interpretation, the aim of my study was to find out the correlation between hope and well-being. The correlation coefficient was calculated and it came plus 0.32.
So there are the rationale behind this, maybe there are environmental toxicants, what we find in everywhere from family to workplace to the larger society. And through our meditation and yoga and the practicing of the Indian psychology, we can overcome this. That is the result, that there are physical well-being, the financial well-being, we are just running and running rat race, but no satisfaction. We need inner silence to remove the toxic environments and to overcome the vicious circle. The conclusion is this study that reminds us that hope and well-being are correlated. If it is positively correlated, then we will find that there is the happiness and life satisfaction. Otherwise, we have to intervene. So from the part of Devoshmita, who has done the paper on own, that is fully her credit. I am just catalyst, a nuclear guide. Thank you all. Thank you, Principal Ma'am, Rituparna and others, to give us the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Datta, and thank you, Debasmati. I would like to first Dr. Basak. I think you will be having some questions for her. If
I will pass it to Dr. Basak, Rituparna
yeah,
Basak.
that's what I said, Basak. I think because your family's surnames are so much close to each
Yeah,
other.
that's what it was. It was a nice presentation and nice attempt. You people said that yoga, meditation, that would help us. So did you apply in this study?
Yes, we have applied this yoga, meditation in different spheres of life, and really it improves. There are just prayers. If we pray, for example, if I pray for you, for your good health.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we lost him. Thank you so much. I would like to go to our fourth presenter, Pooja Kapoor and Dr. Raghuram Azim Dana. I mean, I don't know, all of you are going to be together or one on behalf of all? Who's going to present?
I'll be presenting. I hope I'm audible.
Yes. Oh, okay. Good to see you, Pooja. Yes. So Dr. Pooja is going to present on behalf of her colleagues. The paper is going to be on impact of forgiveness, meditation in improving the family environment. I would like to say that, first of all, that you move ahead regarding previous paper and as well as your paper. So I have the title of happiness of officer in the university I'm working, and these things are let's say that being proven. I mean, as Dr. Datta said that, I mean, I personally, practice it with people over there, with the employees over there, and we really get good results. And a lot to talk about all this stuff. Thank you so much. And I think your paper is ready. Is this a PPT? Yep.
Yeah. Yes.
All the best.
Right. Thank you, Najma.
Thank
Namaskar, everyone. Forgiveness is one simple practice which, if we follow, can make the entire world a happy, peaceful place to live in. So my research topic is impact of forgiveness meditation on the family environment. The purpose of this study was to look at the relationship between the function of practicing forgiveness by daughter-in-laws towards mother-in-law and overall change in the family environment. Next slide, please. Subjects were married Indian women in the age group of 25 to 45 years, whose mother-in-law is alive. Sessions were conducted with the subjects to make them understand the need and importance of a loving family environment. Subjects were helped to comprehend the karma philosophy and were helped to understand that mind's absorption power is at its peak right when you wake up and just before going to sleep. So it's critical to practice forgiveness meditation in the morning and before retiring to bed. For 3 months, subjects were asked to practice forgiveness meditation every day for 5 minutes in the morning and 5 minutes before going to sleep at night. That is, to forgive their mother-in-laws and ask for forgiveness in their mind through forgiveness meditation. The simple sentences that subjects repeated in their mind, in their meditation practice are, I forgive myself for what I have done to you in the past, and I ask for forgiveness from you. I forgive you for what you have done to me. I don't blame you for my pain. Past is past, it's over. Only love and blessings flow through me for you. I radiate only love and blessings to you. So these are the sentences that subjects repeated in their mind during meditation practice. Weekly meetings were conducted, group meditation sessions were conducted, and regular reminders were given to the subjects to encourage them to stick to their practice schedule. Before and after practicing intervention forgiveness, for these 3 months, stress levels were measured. Result is there on the screen. And next slide, please. Semi-structured interviews were conducted to understand the family environment and level of compatibility with mother-in-law. So in the study, it is seen that in all the subjects, there is decline in the stress level and there is a favorable change in relationship with mother-in-law and other family members after practicing forgiveness for 3 months. The study findings indicate, next slide, please. Next. The study findings indicate that practicing forgiveness, even for one person, improves overall ability to forgive others and promotes compatibility among the family members. Also, it has been proved that all the subjects experienced various benefits like experiencing mental peace and happiness, increased tolerance power, cessation of crying over trivial issues, and increased ability to forgive others. If females in the family practice forgiveness, a happy and supportive family unit will be created. Children in the family will imbibe the same behavior, and forgiveness will become the culture of the family, which in turn will make the entire nation and the entire world a happy, peaceful place to live in. So forgive and move on, because forgiveness is the highest and most beautiful form of love. And in return, you will receive untold peace and happiness. Thank you. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja. It was wonderful, especially the case you have picked up between mother-in-laws and daughter-in-law. It is a kind of universal phenomena which is happening everywhere. It has not.
Research says 60% of people, they say that this mother-in-law, daughter-in-law relationship is the most difficult relationship. And in India, most of the divorce cases, they say one of the leading reason is problem with in-laws and problem with in-laws, especially with mother-in-law. So
I am not an expert, but then what I understood that, I mean, I have read some books. Of course, we have a professional doctor, Basak, she's a psychologist. But I've heard that, some psychologists, they said that it would be good if on the first year of their marriage, couples, they get an opportunity to stay away from their, parents, because most of the fight and argument happens because of others and not because of them. And that is it, what your mother said, what your father said, and all. But then there is one unique relationship. My mother and my brother's wife, my mom is Indian. I am a half Indian Iranian. And when people look at us, of course, she's back in Iran. And when people look at us, our relationship, they all go surprised. How is it possible, that you people are so good together? But that was a very brilliant thing. So I would like to Dr. Basak give an advice, because I'm sure Dr. Basu cannot give any more comments on these areas. Yeah, please.
It was a nice presentation, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
My
Thank-
question is, what was the occupation of the daughter-in-law? I mean, all are housewife or?
No, no,
doing
ma'am. Educated, like the lowest education was secondary, class 10th, and the highest education was PhD. Some of the doctors also participated. The subjects are from Delhi, Maharashtra, mostly from metropolitan cities, not from the rural area. And living in the nuclear family as well as in the joint family.
And are they doing any job, or all are housewife? Your
No,
sample?
working and non-working.
Non-working. So
Yeah.
did you see any comparison between working and non-working?
No, ma'am. Like in my analysis, I didn't find that this particular thing affects. Like if you are working or if you are non-working, when I compared the data, if anyone can have a problem with mother-in-law, even if housewives can have, working ladies can also have.
And did you see any significant result in the relationship with the husbands when they are practicing forgiveness meditation?
During this my research work, I have read many research papers. So I remember one of the research papers says that mother-in-law, daughter-in-law relationship is something very important which affects the husband-wife relationship also. So what I think, what I have observed and is my conclusion is, once you are calm and stable, you are able to take the things in a positive manner. And once you are in the mode of taking things in a positive manner, all the relationship improves. Not only the relationship with the spouse. Here, I also like to say that, see, my study is confined to mother-in-law, daughter-in-law relationship. But this forgiveness practice can do wonders for everyone, I'm sure.
Thank you. It was a nice
Thank you
presentation.
so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Basu. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't have a question. I'd like to thank Pooja for a good piece of work, and I'll just like to suggest, what you call share an experience. Is that when I was a student, I used to think that this mother-in-law, daughter-in-law interaction is a very unique Indian phenomenon. But then when I had the chance and opportunity to travel other countries in the world, now I am convinced it's a global pandemic phenomenon. It's present in every country, in every culture, in a negative form, I mean. Thank you.
I would like to share one personal information, though that's not a part. I share a very beautiful relationship with my mother-in-law, and at present I'm pursuing my PhD. I'm able to do that just because I get a good support from her. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good wishes for your PhD. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, sorry, guys. It was an emergency. I had to go to the door. Let me go to the introduce our fifth presenter. We have Mr. Arpit. Are you available, Mr. Arpit?
Yes, ma'am, I'm present.
Thank you so much. With Mr. S.T. Wegg, they will be presenting a paper on electrochemical study of hot, corded, functioning, graded, lanthanum. I don't know. It's a very difficult. I cannot even read it. Please, you go ahead and read it yourself. 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I express my thanks for all the organizer and committee members of the organization conference for giving me a chance to present. So my topic is electrochemical study of hot corroded functionally graded lanthanum zirconate thermal barrier coating. Please come to the next slide. Okay. So what functionally graded coating is? So there are coatings available in the, for example, we coat to our house by paint. It is the coating of paint. We coat a metal so that it can't rust. So there is a thermal barrier coating. What thermal barrier coating is? We protect the metal from high temperature. Means thermal surrounding. We are coating. We are protecting the metal. So what happens when turbines are when turbines in a thermal plant work above the temperature of 900 degrees Celsius? There is an effect of temperature. There is effect of hot water which may contain salts. Another example is when there is an engine, rocket engine, we coat with a thermal barrier coating so that we can protect the metal from salts such as vanadium pentoxide. On a previous slide, please go on a previous slide. So this is a thermal barrier coating which consists of Inconel 738. It is an alloy which is to be protected. Upon that, we coated with the bond coat NiCO or LY. Then there are functionally graded coatings. Mean as per as a function we are varied the thickness and composition. Bond coat, then reduce the bond coat percentage, then again reduce the bond coat percentage, then 100% ceramic of lanthanum zirconate. Next slide. So what hot corrosion test is? So we are this is the sample at 900 degrees Celsius for 240 hours. First of all, what we have done, we have coated the sample with 90% Na2SO4, then 5% NaCl and 5% VTO5, vanadium pentoxide. These are the usual corroding materials which are found. This Na2SO4 NaCl found in marine water, means sea water or some seashores or some usual plants of the thermal plants, power plants. And this vanadium pentoxide is a pollutant or a corroding material which is usually found in engines, rocket engines, and some fuel applications. So we apply to get the best result of our experiments. So first of all, we heated the material for to coat the salts for 250 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes so that the salt get coated on the our sample. Then then this sample obtained is heated at 900 degrees Celsius for 240 hours. Means one day. The sample is removed, weighted, and again placed in the furnace for 24. This happens. We repeated the cycle for 10 days. Means for 240 hours. So please next slide. So this was the raw sample for 0 hours. Means it is a sample obtained for initial state, and after 250 hours, this was the sample. Next slide. Next slide, man. So what we have found after 240 hours of heating, we have found some whiskers, some cracks, and some voids. What happened when we heat? There is a oxygen interruption in the coating. Oxygen penetrates and enters the material and give result in a crack formations. Sir, next slide. So I'm doing it fast because I have to complete in 6 minutes. So I have from my eclodispersion spectrometry test, which gives material present in the present on the surface of the sample. What I have found at the plates at viscous and matrix, these are the these values are the spots at different places of the coating. What I have found at the plates, I have obtained some plates. That plates vanadium percentage is more. It's 26.8%. And while at the matrix it was low. That is, it found that at the plates are of La, O, and V material. So next slides. To confirm the material present on the added spots of plates, I have done XRD test. What XRD given me that the plates are of LaVO4 material, lanthanum vanadium oxide, which gives that my top coat material is lanthanum zirconate, means La02O7, La202O7. The lanthanum is sucked from the coating, and there is a formation of compound as a LaVO4. Means vanadium react with that lanthanum, and it sucks from that material. So lanthanum get reduced on the surface, and there is a crack formation. So what I found that vanadium is a dominating material in corroding the salt. So next slide. For that, after that, I have done electrochemical test of that sample. So I get the corrosion of that material. So these are the graphs of the as received material and as received coating, and after the corrosion test. The red graph is for corrosion after corrosion sample. So it gives that it goes in the anodic direction, negative direction. The corrosion has
You have gone on mute, Arpit. We cannot hear you. Arpit, you're on mute.
are you hear me?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Ma'am, these are the results of corrosion. What we are given that corrosion increase for the hot corrosion sample, and there was a ICOR was higher in case of the corroded sample. The resistance of the as received sample was more as compared to the corroded sample, and the corrosion rate was higher in case of the corroded sample. Again, hardness value. But this is also important study. What we have found that hardness has been decreased after after corrosion test. For example, after hot corrosion test to 40 hours, I have found that the hardness dropped by 8.9%. Means initially the sample has hardness of 739 on Vickers scales. What I get after a hot corrosion test of 240 hours, I got the hardness of 673. So I conducted the test of as reduced sample, means it's without corrosion. What I get, it is 708. The drop in hardness was only 4.19% for the sample which do not go corrosion. Okay, so the sample which got hot corroded, means got corrosion, uh, test, the hardness was dropped by 23.82%. Means the we can conclude that the hardness reduction was highest for the hot corroded sample, and that too after electrochemical test. Again, the XRD state shown that there is a leaching, there is a suction of lanthanum from the original material, forming the LaVO4 salt. So the plates formed on the surface are of LaVO4. Again, EDS also confirmed the same value, and vanadium has dominant effect with presence of 26.8% at the plates. Then again, cracks are widened after electrochemical test, and hardness has also been decreased. Again, it is found that TFL curve was shown displacement to the anodic region, which also indication of increase in corrosion rate. So this is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arpit. Dr. Basu, do you have any questions for him?
Well, I'll just ask Arpit, one of the challenges of LZ system is this low CTE value. Did you face any challenge or problem while working on this? Or you find any improvement?
Yes, sir. Please come to second slide.
Okay.
Sir, the reason why I use functionally graded coating, so reduce the same problem. So what I have done, there is a low coefficient of thermal expansion for the lanthanum zirconate. What I had done, so to nullify the effect, I use it percentage increase in the lanthanum zirconate level. So first, please come to second slide. I will show that. Please come to second slide. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So
yes.
in the above, what I mean, only use 30% ALZ. Second slide, madam. Previous slide. This what
This
I have
one,
done.
right? Yeah.
Figure one. I have is 30% ALZ.
Yeah. Okay.
So there is no mismatch of the bond code is good. As per literature, bond code is having good properties. So what I had done, I have 70% bond code and 30% ALZ, and I have consistently increased the length of zirconate percentage so that the nullify the that's CTE problem, and that's why
Thank you.
coating is known as functionally graded coating.
Thank you, Arpit. Yeah, good work.
Thank you so much. Dr. Basak? No,
No, I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arpit. All the best.
Thank you.
I would like to introduce our sixth, presenter, Miss Shuki Banerjee. Do we have her here?
Yes, ma'am.
She will be presenting a paper on, that's a very interesting topic, of course. Are women stronger than women in films? A comparative study of literary female characters versus their on-screen version. It's a beautiful thing. I find it interesting. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can someone start the presentation, please? Uh, First of all, I would like to thank each and every one of the esteemed organizers for providing us such a beautiful and insightful platform. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of understanding of the technical research because I've been doing my qualitative research for 2-3 years now. So one of my research findings is what this paper is all about. So my main research, my PhD is on reading films and viewing novels. Is basically a literary detailed study about how films versus their books were adapted. So this was one of my findings. Are women in book stronger than women in films? It's a comparative study of 3 female characters. We can go to the next slide. So, with the recent trend of book adaptations in media and films, it sparked a big conversation on how to select a book to be adapted into a film. And while we were able to do this in the golden era of cinema, which was the 60s and 70s and 50s, literature used to be the first thing that everybody used to look to for making films and stories. But today it has become a double-edged sword because if we decide to change too much of the book, the audience criticize the directors. So eventually the directors choose a middle path. They give the characters a new twist and add or remove nuances from the characters to make it more relatable, or can we even say more tamed. So usually the first character that they choose, and this I speak from my own experience of working in the film industry as a writer for a very long time now. So usually the first character that they choose to change or mold is the female protagonist. The comparative analysis of the few classic adaptations that I have chosen here, one is Guide, the other is Sahib Biwi or Gulam, and Masoom. So this has created a question that are women in books stronger than their original characters, than their original characters shown on screen. So can we go to the next slide, please? So these are the 3 women. They are spread across 20 years in the world of Indian cinema. If you can see, Choti Bahu was released in 1962 to 1965 Guide to Masoom in 1983. If we look at them closely, we will see that their outward appearances have modernized, whereas their characters have become more and more tamed or orthodox, fitting in the social frame more and more and not daring to break the mold at all. Can we go to the next slide? So Choti Bahu is a character played by Meena Kumari in the Hindi adaptation of the Bengali novel called Sahib Biwi or Gulam. This character was radical and edgy for those times. It portrayed a female as an alcoholic for the first time, and this was a rebellious idea to be accepted in the 1960s. But her character was all about rebellion. She was a rich, unlucky wife of a zamidar who turns to alcohol and tries unorthodox ways to just get her husband to spend some time with her. The character of Choti Bahu in the book, however, was also rebellious, but at the same time, she almost had an affair with her man Friday, Bhutnath, played by Gurudutt in the film. So, but from a commercial angle, the director of the film, Mr. Abrar Alvi, and the producer of the film, Gurudutt, took a lot of calls to not show her relationship with Bhutnath as some form of a love or a platonic relationship. It was purely transactional. So this change from the book to the film was made, and the character of Choti Bahu was made to look like goddess Lakshmi herself, like the way she was dressed and everything was done uh, as a goddess. And she was made to surrender with complete abandon to her husband. She used to even call her husband Swami, for that matter. Since she was to be portrayed as an alcoholic, everything else was fully made chaste and almost goddess like. This was a huge breakthrough for a Bollywood heroine to portray an alcoholic at that time. And since she couldn't be seen in a love relationship with Bhutnath, their relationship was portrayed as purely transactional from her side. We can go to the next slide. The second character is Rosie. Rosie is a character played by Wahida Rahman in the film adaptation of the book Guide. And here in book, she was, on the contrary, a more orthodox character, where she is the daughter of a Devdasi who chooses to willingly leave her emotionally unavailable husband and falls in love with Raju the guide and goes on to become a dancing star of the nation. So in the book, she had not willingly left her husband. She had willingly had the affair with Raju the guide and then apologized multiple times. She was fully someone who was very guilty about the affair and kept repeatedly trying to ask for forgiveness from her husband, carried her husband's book with a lot of regret and love at the same time, and she was a dedicated wife. But whereas in the film, the director decided to portray her as someone who walks through a bazaar with her gungroos on and attracts undue attention without a care in the world. And she is the one who leaves her husband. Her husband was supposed to be somebody who did not paid her any attention and cheated on her. This was the film version of the husband. And eventually, when she sees this happening to her over and over again, she became a suicidal, unhappy woman in her marriage. So this was the portrayal of the director in order to justify the fact that she was going to be a free spirited famous dancer eventually, which was again an edgy profession for those times. So the suicide attempts were justifying everything else that followed. She's the one who left her husband, and here in the film she is in power, unlike her character in the book, but again fully dependent on men for her happiness. We can go to the next slide. So one interesting trivia about this film, Masoom, is that the Shekhar Kapoor, the director, never officially accepted that this film was an adaptation of the Eric Siegel novel, Man, Woman and Child. But at the same time, there are like amazing similarities that you cannot deny between the book and the film. So coming to the character now, Indu was played by Shabana Azmi. It was a stereotypical suburban housewife whose world comes crashing down when she finds out her husband has a child from an affair in the past. The director tamed the character for the Indian audience perfectly. Indu was the epitome of ideal Indian housewife at the time, with her lustrous long hair, flowing saris, and impeccable household that she maintained. She was not given a career like Sheila in the book. Sheila is the name of the character in the book, as she was shown to be completely dedicated to taking care of her household. On the contrary, one of her friends, played by Tanuja, one of her friends who was a businesswoman, was portrayed to be a bitter, cold-hearted, cigarette-smoking woman who is estranged from her husband and son. Because she was already a tamed woman, Shabana Azmi in the character of Indu became a huge hit, and she was a dedicated housewife who eventually accepted even the hardest betrayals from her husband and did everything to keep her happy family together. Whereas in the book, the character named Sheila, she actually almost had an affair with one of her colleagues out of spite, and she actually had a decent relationship with the boy who started living in her house, and eventually the boy goes back to a boarding school. He does not remain with the family. So the main thing that the director changed was this female character first and foremost. So we can go to the next slide. So in conclusion, I would like to say that It's as if since time immemorial, even the literary characters go through the metaphorical Agni Pariksha when they are adapted from film. Just like Sita had to go through the Agni Pariksha to prove her innocence in the ancient epic Ramayana. Or we can just say, uh, like a boundary was drawn to keep Sita in a hut. Similarly, the film draws a line that the female protagonist has to toe so that they fit into the box of societal norms. Hence, women are forced to be more and more docile and conforming on film than on text. We as a society demanded. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shuki. It was really interesting. It's really
Thank
lovely.
you.
Because I also did some kind of research, on motion movies, of course, and as well as what on the book. Lovely. I believe Dr. Asak can give us some comments.
Hello, Suki. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful presentation. Appreciate.
you.
I'd just like to ask you, based on your study of these three protagonists, like Choti Bahu, Indu, and Rosie, which one of them you consider to be the most powerful and why? If you compare between them.
I think in all of them, I would choose Choti Bahu because she was a force of nature even in that time. She was doing everything to keep her household together. She was rebelling even when the females in the household were showing her down for spending time with her husband. She was standing her ground. She was doing what was required. She was trying to keep her husband with her, and at the same time unapologetically taking to alcohol because the husband demanded it. So I think she was both in book and in film, she was the most daring characters of all.
Thank you so much. Nice analysis.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Basa, can we hear you? Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
yes. It's a really very good presentation. As it is part of your PhD work, so what is the sample size of your PhD?
Ma'am, it was a qualitative analysis.
Okay.
I have taken 10 films starting from 1960s till 2020, and all of them are adapted from a book, and they are varied like genres. But at the same time, I'm trying to see how they are critically famous or they are commercially famous. So how are they successful, and what would be the ultimate criteria to adapt a good book to a film? So
Really?
my main methods were interviews with the industry directors, writers, and the stakeholders who are commissioning these films in studios.
Thank you and best wishes for your PhD.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will be moving to our seventh presenter, Akansha Roy. Akansha, are you available? Akansha? Yes, that's good. Thank you. So she will be presenting a paper on quality of life of adults with autism spectrum disorders. It's a review, I believe. Please go ahead. 6 minutes.
So, good afternoon to everyone present here. This topic, as already mentioned by ma'am, is quality of life of adults with autism spectrum disorder, and it's a review. Can we move on to the next slide, please? All right. So, I'd like to give you a brief introduction first. Basically explaining what exactly involves autism when it's a lifelong developmental disability marked by substantial deficits in social interactions that are reciprocal in nature in language and communication skills, along with restrictive and repetitive patterns of behavior and interests. The second variable that I'd like to define as adulthood. Adulthood is basically characterized as a phase of human development that comes right after you, like, no, the previous slide, please, ma'am. Introduction. Thank you. So comes before old age, and basically 19 years and older. Then I would move on to what is quality of life. Quality of life is, as also defined by WHO, is basically a person's position in relation to his or her goals, environment, context, and it's affected by physical health, psychological states, level of independence, social relationships, and relationships to the environment, as I just mentioned. So basically, this paper focuses on the quality of life of adults with autism spectrum disorder, and the related researches that I have considered are the ones that I have taken in the last decade, okay, in the last 10 years. Please, can we move on to the next slide, please? All right. So why I chose this topic basically is I came across many studies stating that quality of life is in adults with autism spectrum disorder is negatively affected, and that due to that I wanted to explore this more, and also to basically read about the about the literature on this particular variable. So with this present paper, the previous slide please. The present paper, I wish to draw on conclusions on the significant variable and a systematic review of the research conducted in the last decade, basically, to provide an analytical view of the variable. That's why I have chosen this topic. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Materials and methods, as mentioned, I took 13 research papers, articles from last decade, and these were studied and taken from databases like PubMed, Science Direct, SciNet, Web of Science, Google Scholar, and this is I did this from period of November 2022 to February 2023. So the inclusion and exclusion criteria was strictly kept in mind, and my research was focused more on keywords like QOL, that is quality of life, adults, autism, autism spectrum disorder or ASD, and it was limited to English. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Thank you. So I'd like to just briefly go over the researches that I studied. And the first one is by Wilstead, Gilbert, and Gilbert C. in 2011. And they examined the aspects of quality of life in adults diagnosed with ASD. In childhood, in the population we studied, findings of this research basically reflected that autistic individuals remain dependent on parents and caregivers for support in education, accommodation, and occupational situations. So, however, even then, the estimation of study group's general quality of life is encouragingly positive according to this research. Results pointed that there's obvious requirement for improvements in the areas of occupation and recreational activities for individuals. So, coming to another one is by Lin in 2014. They studied the quality of life of Taiwanese adults with ASD and found that the highest quality of life was scored in the environmental domain of the WHO questionnaire, followed by physical health and psychological health domains. Social relationship domain was found to be scored the lowest, and this has been a general pattern throughout these researches. The ones that I have reviewed, I will be coming to them. And adults with ASD significantly scored lower in all domains as compared to non-ASD control group individuals. So, can we move on to the next one, please? Thank you. So then another one is Ikeda et al. Examined the assessment of quality of life in children and youth with autism spectrum disorder, and the results predicted that the results among studies showed that children and youth with ASD provided lower quality of life scores, particularly again in the domains of social domains compared to their healthy counterparts. So another study in 2014 by Chiang uh, studied factors associated with quality of life in individuals with autism spectrum disorder. So this study basically reviewed another set of 16 studies and found that the majority of individuals with ASD had poor quality of life. Majority of adults with ASD showed behavior problems, and leisure activities were associated with their quality of life. Whereas autism, uh, right, whereas autism severity, age, behavioral problems, social skills, adaptive behavior, education, and comorbid psychiatric conditions were associated with quality of life of the majority of ASD. Another research that I'll come to is one done by in 2016. They studied the relation between the family routines and cognitive appraisal of the effect of ASD or autism spectrum disorder on the family and the family quality of life in general. So using non-probability purposes sampling, 180 families who were provided with the disability-linked services were recruited in the study. Results stated that positive relationship between a regular family routine and family satisfaction with their family quality of life. So basically, the cognitive appraisal of the effect of autism spectrum disorder on the family mediated this relationship in a partial manner. Let's move on to the next one, please. Another one that this by Hong et al. In 2016 studied factors associated with subjective quality of life of adults with autism spectrum disorder based on self-report versus maternal reports. Adults with ASD rated their own quality of life lively. Quality of life scores derived from adult self-reports were more closely related to those from maternal proxy reports than from maternal reports. So basically, in this study highlighted the resilience of individuals with ASD in adulthood, especially in the context of family support. Findings showed that frequent bullying and high perceived stress predicted poor subjective quality of life in this population, which I also generally see when I work with individuals with ASD. So bullying is a frequent phenomena that they go through. The need for interventions and services that target bullying and perceived stress in individuals with ASD across lifespan should be there. And adult self-report of subjective QOL was more congruent with the maternal proxy report as compared to the maternal report. Now, another research in 2017 conducted. This was basically on self-regulation and quality of life in high-functioning young adults with ASD. Who the findings showed that even in high-functioning young adults with ASD, executive functioning, emotional processing, and subjective quality of life are low basically as compared to their typically developing peers. Furthermore, these results emphasize the importance of targeting executive function problems in individuals with ASD so that we can help them improve their quality of life. Let's move on to the next one, please. Coming to Bishop's et al.'s research in 2015, their study categorizing objective quality of life and normative outcomes in adults with ASD demonstrated basically that the three groups of ASD, one with greater dependence, B with good physical and mental health, and C with greater independence. So basically, the results here were the group A, the largest of the three groups. Thank you. So adults with ASD in this group were unemployed and competitive jobs, not lived independently or semi-independently. Almost none of them socialized with friends, at least monthly. So greater dependence had poorest of overall normative outcome, and then group B with good physical and mental health these individuals who live in a low disadvantaged neighborhood, indicators that they had indicators of objective quality of life fewer than 10% lived independently, 64% lived with the family. So group C, with a greater amount of independence, that is 18.33. This is the smallest of the three groups, comprising of adults with ASD who were more independent. They were less physically and mentally healthy than the other two groups. Greater independence group individuals had best overall normative outcomes, given that a large proportion of individuals classified in this group live independently or semi-independently and were also employed. So, objective quality of life of individuals classified into greater independence groups. They have more mental health concerns and greater disadvantage and poor physical health than individuals with good health and mental health groups. Okay, let's go to the next one.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. How many more pages or slides you're going to use?
I can skip the review and move on to the findings if you want.
That would be great. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think.
Discussion slide, please.
So which slide do you have to show it?
Discussion slide.
Dr. Neelam, I believe you're taking care of it. Can you please help us?
Just a minute, ma'am. Just a minute.
Can I tell you the number, slide number?
I'm sure it will help.
I believe it's the 11th. No, I believe it's the 8th one.
8th one, okay.
Discussion. So the present study reviewed quality of life of adults with autism spectrum disorder, adulthood as I've already described, and quality of life also, basically taking into account of psychological, physical, and environmental and social aspects. So individuals with ASD have their lives affected in most of these areas because of deficits in social communication and movement. Many of their environmental related qualities of life is due to support and concern of their caregivers. The study in this particular paper depicted that adults with ASD have generally satisfactory physical, mental, and environmental fair educational occupational life, but poor interpersonal and social life. And however, these differences, catering to one of the researchers, also one thing that was seen is there were differences seen in proxy ratings reports and the ones done by the mothers. Sometimes the mothers they had a tendency to report more positively as um, actually than what it is, what the situation is. So can we move on to the next one, please? Next slide, please. So it was also seen that ASD adults with greater level of dependence were unemployed and in jobs, nor lived independently and semi-independently. Almost none of them socialized with friends. So few studies also point out towards using mindfulness, which I could not move on to. There were that the studies had to come later on as an intervention with individuals with ASD and mindfulness-based stress reduction, improved disability-related quality of life in adults with autism spectrum disorder. Over and above the support and education intervention, both interventions improving the mental quality of life and also more improvement was seen in women in this particular research, in this particular study. So another factor that came about as a result of reviewing these studies was that good sleep is also an essential component that indicates that high perceived stress further increases as a result of poor quality of sleep. So therefore, the individuals are not rested, and also it affects their relations and their quality of life.
Thank you. To the conclusion.
Just one point, ma'am. The
Okay.
study shows that social and interpersonal relationships, sleep, and occupational are some of the areas that need to be worked upon with adults with autism spectrum disorder, and thus building interventions targeting on these areas will prove to be beneficial for them. Next slide, please. To conclusion and future directions. Basically, the present collection of studies reviewed show the importance of the variable of quality of life and how it may impact and affects the lives of adults with autism spectrum disorder. It helps us to understand the importance of developing interventions plans with focus on the problem areas of social and interpersonal relationships, the occupational domains of quality of life, and the importance of consistent and continued support for individuals with PSD, which is very important. This will, if interventions are developed in these areas, it will help them to have a satisfactory quality of life in physical, environmental, education, and accommodation areas of their lives. Future studies need to explore this variable even more, and consistent effort needs to be put so that we can strive together to help individuals with individuals with PSD to improve their quality of life. That's about it. I think we're done with the presentation.
Thank you so much, Vika.
Thank you.
And I'm so sorry I had to push you to skip some slides. Okay, exceeding the limited time. Dr. Basak, could you please give any review, any idea, any questions you have from a country?
Is there any study you found in Indian scenario?
Most of these studies, ma'am, I believe they are from not Indian context. Very few in Indian context.
Actually, that's what I found in your study. No Indian.
Coming to that, but this topic is also part of my research, my PhD research. So I think there we would have one. So yes,
it would be better if you could give some Indian studies also. Okay, thank you. It's a nice presentation.
Thank you.
Dr. Basu, are you there?
Yes, I would rather skip any questioning this time because we are really running little short. So let us move to the next presentation. Yeah, thank you. Good
Thank you so much. Thank you all. And the last person for our first panel is Mr. Muhammad Buhari and Fatima Sanjita. Do we come over here?
Yes, I'm here. Am I audible?
You're audible and yeah, that's great, Fatima. So you're going to present the paper, am I right?
Okay.
The paper, the topic is the impact of artificial intelligence chat box technology factors on customers' adoption. Please go ahead. And please stick to the time. Thank you.
Sure. So good evening, everyone. So this is Fatima Sanjira, working as a lecturer at Southeastern University of Sri Lanka. So this is my research title is the impact of artificial intelligence that the chatbot technology factors on the customer adoptions. So I just get the special references from telecom industry in Sri Lanka. So let's get started. Okay. So these are the part of that I have already planned to present today. So time was limited. Okay, now let's start this introduction part of my research. Next slide, please. Right. So the introduction part. Messaging apps, that mean we have to make the conversations are the preferred method of communications for the consumer side. So in the fast and growing channels for the branded conversations, allowing the brands to build the meaningful and the lasting customer relationship. Nowadays, most of the agents in the form of chatbots, so you all familiar with the customer interactions, you just automatically start the chatting with artificial intelligence agents, are the reality on social media and the messaging applications. Over the 100 people, the chatbot users have been created in a very few less years. That means more than 1 year or the
before that in 2020, 21, 19, the series. Okay, so we can call it as the artificial intelligence agents. That is, we can call it as a chatbot that the Facebook Messenger alone. So we can use with the aim of execute the task as a simple and the sending. We are using sending airline tickets or as a complex as a giving health, financials or the shopping advices. Although these are the agents have the capacity to proactively engage the customers and involve them in the experiences. So sometimes you can see the little is known as about, so sometimes it may communicate with the impact they have in users. So the post interaction attitudes, therefore this study aims to studying the influence of chatbots. Okay, so now next slide please. These are the research problem and the objective. So as I said already, so that's why this study aims at the studying this particular influence on the customer adoptions, and we need to know the direct and indirect effect on the artificial intelligence characteristics as well as the underlying technology impact. So here we use the organizational environmental context. Also, we have to include some of the innovation theories. So the objective of this study is to answer the following questions in telecom industry. The first one is, what factors are concerned by the firms when they plan to adopt AI technologies? And the second one is, how do these factors interrelated to influence of AI adoptions? And the third one is, do these factors affect AI adoption at the same level? Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so as per the theoretical framework, so here we just adapted the research consists of factors regarding external environmental organizational capabilities and the innovation attributes of AI. So here, definitely, we just derive some of the constructs from the diffusion of innovation theories, technology, organization, and environmental framework. That is, we can call it as a TOE framework together to derive this particular research framework. So here, look at this one. There are one particular moderator variable. We can call it as a technology anxiety. So here, these are the hypotheses that I found from this particular research framework. Next slide, please. Okay, so the methodology. So here, the approach, we are using the quantitative method using questionnaire survey that I send that all questionnaires through the social networking sites like Facebook, WhatsApp, or in the email communications also. So the time was limited and it's a cross-sectional time frame. So these are the individuals that analyze the my research part. And item for the instrument, that is, I just got it from the previous literature. And here, the population, the all IT professionals of telecom companies in Sri Lanka. Then we are going and move to the sampling method. Since you can see the sample framework was not available, because the broad area that we need to cover in telecom industry, there are so many different professionals are there, such the IT, telecommunication engineer, and the technical persons, and IT manager, and so on. So here I just got it, and I just get some refer some previous literature and select convenient sampling technique, which is a non-probabilic sampling, was adapted here. Sampling size, as you know, already based on the Uma Zekaran's books, the sample sizes larger than 30 and the less than 500 are appropriate for the most researchers. So here I am using, and I just select the sample size that was 500. So the instrument. So as I said already, the questionnaire was developed using Google Forms and the link was shared in Facebook, email, and WhatsApp as well. Sorry. The next slide, please. Okay. So the data analysis. So before we are going to the respondents profile, that means the the demographic analysis. So look at this one. The data were collected from 500 respondents, but here, particularly some of the responses were discarded due to the incompleted. So the N is equal to 492. So as you can see, as based on the gender here, the men are normally the percentage of here, the 311, as well as the women are participated in 181. So like that, the age wise and job titles, and also we need to get the highest educational level as well as the experience of that particular participants in our sample study. So next slide, please. Okay. So here, as you can see, the observed in the table, as you can see the key value and beta value for that particular construct, the managerial support. It has the largest effect on chatbots adoption in order to compatibility, complexity, and the relative advantage. Also, the government involvement and the competitive environment. So look at some other part. So also it has a highest effect on the chatbot adoptions, right? The first part is managerial support, and it will going to the dependent variable as a chatbot adoptions, right? So look at the values, the T statics is the highest value and the P values is less than 0.05. So definitely the hypothesis 1, that means the 1A is accepted. Okay, also it has other some of the construct, that means the independent variables such as compatibility, complexity, relative advantage, government involvement, and the competitive environment also has the highest impact. So as you know, additionally, and as not hypothesis, there is a high negative relationship between technical support and the chatbot adoption, and the market uncertainty and the chatbot adoption as well. Okay, the next, in order to the moderator analysis, technology anxiety had a positive effect on managerial support, technical capability, complexity, market uncertainty, and the government involvement. Okay, so as well as the competitive environment. At the same time, these technology anxiety had a highest negative effect on the compatibility and the relative advantages. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Can you please move on the next slide?
Dr. Neelam? Okay, you please continue. I'm sure she will change it because we're running out of time.
Yeah, sure. So then we can move to our conclusion part, right?
Yeah.
So the major companies, that mean the IT adapted peoples, advance their profitability through the use of big data analytics, as well as they need to find some intelligent agents that we can use it as a chatbot, right? These are the factors are the necessary to enable that we have to lead to the successful implementation of AI, right? So basically, the conclusion of this study support the proposed model regarding the success factors and how we can use these AI adoptions, right? To attract the more customers, definitely these findings confirm the role of these factors play in a major IT adoption part, okay? And there are some references that I refer. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatima. Dr. Basu, do you have any questions?
Sure. Thank you, Fatma. It was a very good presentation. How do you see the adoption of chatbot and artificial intelligence, technology being adopted by customers in Sri Lanka? Like, is it getting very popular, or it is still very restricted? What is your observation?
As I said already, the very recent days, I think the few of 2021 or 2022, right? So here, the most of the communication. That means the companies were adapted some of the that crucial part of that, the mobile applications of technologies, right? So each and every mobile application, such as we can call it as Dialog and Mobitel, in some other telecom industries, they are using mobile application for their particular customers. So how they attract them? They are using some chatbot in your chats, right? When you click on that, right, automatically they were emerging with artificial intelligent agents. So it automatically started, okay, hello, how can I help you? So then we can given our NIC number, that means our identify a number, and we can give some our mobile number, and we can start a conversation with the agent without problems, right? So the mobile connectivity issues and so on, right? Then we can definitely get the feedback within a few minutes of time. Okay, it automatically sort out our issues without any human interactions. It's very popular now in our Sri Lanka. You got it, sir? Dr. Henny, hear me?
I think Fatima, he got maybe disconnected, but I'm sure, Dr. Bosik, do you have any questions for Fatima?
No. It's a nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think by this we came to the end of our, first technical session. I would like to thank you, Dr. Basu and Dr. Bosik. I'm sure whatever feedback you have given to all the, people who presented their papers it's really valuable. We had amazing papers. They came from different walks of life, different ideas. We have technology. We had intellectual intelligence. We had, we have moved to literature. We have moved to well-being and yoga. I think we have covered up almost everything in our first session. I would like to thank you all, and we will be moving to our second session, and we will be having here two beautiful people who are going to, session the session. We have Dr. MBM Irshad and Dr. Amit Kumar. I'm going to briefly introduce them. I'm going to introduce our first technical session chair, Dr. MBM Irshad. Dr. Irshad has been serving as a senior lecturer at the Department of Management and Information Technology of the Southeastern University of Sri Lanka, with almost 20 years of academic and administrative experience that includes teaching, research, and training in a variety of management and information technology fields. He has served as the head of the Department of Management and Information Technology, the coordinator of the Information and Communication Technology Center, a webmaster and network administrator at the Southeastern University of Sri Lanka. His academic career starts as an assistant lecturer at the Southeastern University of Sri Lanka, having completed his Bachelor of Business Administration with first class. He completed Master of Business Administration with extensive exposure to information technology at the Postgraduate Institute of Management of the Sri Jayawardhanpura, Colombia, Sri Lanka. And he completed a doctorate of philosophy in information and communication technology from the Management Science University, a QS World Ranking University in Malaysia. Further, he has expanded his knowledge and skills in the areas of information technology by enrolling to professional courses and training programs in the field of information technology, such as MCSE, CCNA, and PHP, and MySQL, and etc. Moreover, he has published many research articles in international and local journals and has been the editor-in-chief of Journal of Information System and Information Technology and a reviewer of international and local journals that includes Advances in Artificial Intelligence and machine learning, Journal of Information System and Information Technology, Journal of Management and Economic, Journal of Business Economic, and Journal of Management and Tourism Research. He has participated in many conferences and symposiums internationally and locally, and has contributed to many international and national development by being a reviewer of Asia Connect project, a network development project in Asia Pacific region, and Quality Assurance Council of Sri Lanka. And he has chaired many technical sessions of the conferences and symposium internationally and locally. Moreover, he has got extensive experience in teaching in information technology and management related areas, and he had traveled to many foreign countries that include New Zealand, South Korea, India, China, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, and Dubai for conferences, workshops, and training programs. He was one of the fellowship delegates of Asia Pacific Advance Network in 2014 in Indonesia. And lastly, he's very committed and enthusiastic towards a multidisciplinary field for teaching and research. Welcome, Dr. Eshrad. I would like to introduce our second person who is chairing this panel, Dr. Amit Kumar. Dr. Amit Kumar possesses more than 13 years of academic and 2 years of industry experience. He holds a doctorate degree and master degree in tourism management, along with MBA in international hospitality from Switzerland. He is a well-structured academic professional and researcher, demonstrating proven success in fostering students' learning outcome through creative and innovative curriculum delivery methods. He adapts in driving thought-provoking classes debates to promote student engagement and learning. He has also participated and presented research papers in various international and national seminars, conferences, workshops, along with research publication in international and national reputed journals and books. He is the panelist of paper setting and evaluation for UG and PG courses in tourism and hotel management of various universities. He is also member of editorial board and reviewer board for various prestigious international journals such as Tourism Management Perspective by Elsevier. Recently, he has also awarded by Best Assistant Professor by Subrati University, Meerut. Welcome, Dr. Kumar. So now in this panel, we have almost about seven people who are going to, present their paper. Let's start with this first presenter, Dr. Amrita Kumari and Dr. Ashish Saini. Do we have you here?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Can you please check? That's great. So you're going to present it, am I right?
Yes,
Okay. Be presenting on automated risk analysis and management system with IoT interaction. Am I right?
Integration. It's integration.
Integration.
Yes.
Thank you for correcting me. All the best, and please stick to the time.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon to all. This is Dr. Amrita from Quantum University, Roorkee. Today, I'm going to present my paper on the topic Automatic Risk Management, Risk Analysis and Management System with IoT Integration. The outline of my presentation will be, the first I'll be going to the introduction, supply chain, proposed system, description of system, and finally the conclusion and future scope. Now, IoT has become one of the most powerful technologies of the 21st century. We can connect everyday objects like kitchen, thermostat, baby monitors, etc. to the internet via embedded devices. And this allows for the seamless communication between people, process, and things. In this study, we developed a multi-sensors monitoring system based on blockchain to collect performance requirements and verify data for boosting trust and openness in frozen storage. Blockchain is a method of collecting information that makes it impossible for the system to be changed, hacked, or manipulated. The growing global demand for fragile items, which is fueled by a fundamental shift in customer expectations, presents a challenge for refrigerated operations. According to the research, a high rate of losses is result of a lack of transparency through the distributed chain. Next slide, please. The figure shows the flow of material and information from the equipment manufacturer through the end customer through the dealer, and the data are all stored on the cloud-based platform. Next slide. Next slide, please, ma'am. In this work, we created and used a tracking system that uses WSN, Zigbee, and Firebase to monitor a number of traits that characterize chilled beans. On a website, both the segmentation and package characteristics like climate and humidity are updated in real time. Reading of temperature and moisture content were used in additional investigations. Along with the calculation of relative error, the accuracy was also evaluated. The GPS lodger sealed acquired geolocation in an effort to enhance the geolocation was also analyzed. The plan aims to manage insider information for the cargo containers and monitor the air and moisture levels inside of them. Ma'am, next slide. Here we have used a GPS module, a central processing unit, an LM35 for temperature monitoring, an MQ2 gas sensor. The control of climate and humidity for these products is essential due to the daily manufacture, distribution, storage, and transit of thousands of tons of heat-related products. The primary controller is used to gather sensor data, temperature, and humidity. It can be connected to a computer using a USB cable or powered by an AC to DC adapter. An LM35 is used as a temperature sensor. The LM sensor has an advantage over traditional thermometers that detect temperature in Kelvin, since it does not require the user to subtract a substantial voltage level from the output in order to obtain an EG Celsius scale. The MQ2 gas sensor has great sensitivity for detecting gas and other flammable streams, including liquid petroleum gas, propane, and hydrogen. The coding language which we have used is embedded C. Android Studio was used to construct the Android app. The software allows the responsible staff to remotely monitor the temperature, moisture, and occupancy in the deep freeze and containers whenever necessary. From the cloud database, we can assess parameter real-time values. The container's precise location is displayed through the GPS. The screen shows the temperature, humidity, and gas detection status along with the cloud's record of the data. In this study, we have used tomatoes as they are common fast perishing products. Tomatoes are monitored using the suggested system sensors while being kept in a cold environment. The device detects the bad smell caused by ethylene, which is produced by rotting tomatoes. Now coming to the conclusion part. The perishable goods such as fruits, vegetables, meat, poultry, and other dairy products have a limited shelf life after harvest and are more prone to deteriorate if improperly stored. The inability of the storage unit and the transportation container to preserve and monitor important environmental characteristics is the cause of this deterioration in quality. Without much manual supervision, the freshness of these commodities from storage to grocery stores are hampered due to temperature and humidity. To maintain the commodities fresh and nutrient-rich, it is helpful to measure and control the environmental factors. So we are using artificial intelligence-based algorithms on sensor values for making decision-making capabilities. Controlling light density and CO2 level will maintain the freshness of the goods. Thank you so much.
Okay, Dr. Amrita did a very good presentation on risk analysis and management, especially for supply chain with the integration of IoT devices.
Yes.
It was very nice presentation, but I have one clarification in terms of your system development. Have you already developed the system and tested in a
No, sir.
real-time environment?
No, sir. We have just proposed the system, yet we haven't studied.
Okay. Have you studied a similar system which is available in the market for now?
Sir, I have gone through some research papers, the reported ones in the literature.
So, do you have a plan with the system that should that could alert the users once certain levels of risks
Yeah, yes, sir.
arise?
We're trying to incorporate that as well.
Yeah, that's all I have with me. I think next colleague can ask the question, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Dr. Amrita, I would just want to ask you, like, the implication of this system is more towards supply chain and distribution management, right?
Yes, sir.
So, are you working on this, like, actually developing a system, or
Yeah,
it
we
is
are
just a
trying to
theoretical
develop it.
base right now?
We have just now proposed a model, and we haven't started anything yet, but we are trying to develop it.
Right. I just want to suggest one thing, like, you should
Yes,
move forward in the right direction,
yes,
and
sir.
you can file a patent on this technology.
Okay, sir.
It's a very
Okay, sir.
good thing to work on.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amida and Dr. Rishad. I'm sorry, I was facing some technical issue. That's why I couldn't just. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
We will be moving to our second presenter, Ms. Nisha and Dr. Jesslyn, who is going to present the paper. Nisha, okay. So the paper is on resilience among alcohol abusers. Please. Can we have a PPT ready, Dr. Neelam?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nisha, and I'm going to present my research paper entitled Resilience Among Alcohol Abusers. Next slide, please. Okay, according to WHO, alcohol is one of the many chemical substances with dependence-producing properties that has been widely used in many cultures for centuries. Worldwide, 3 million deaths every year result from harmful use of alcohol. This represents 5.3% of all deaths. Overall, 5.1% of the global burden of disease and injury is attributable to alcohol. Alcohol is one of the leading risk factors for premature mortality and disability among those aged 15 to 49 years, according for 10% of all deaths in this age group. Beyond health consequences, the harmful use of alcohol brings significant social and economic losses to individuals and society at large. According to the data by National Health Board of India, alcohol is widely prevalent in this country. Consequently, it results in adverse health conditions like liver cirrhosis, heart diseases, and diabetes. In addition, it leads to absenteeism and road traffic accident and various mental health and behavioral problems. Next slide. When it comes to resilience, resilient persons tend to manifest adaptive behaviors, especially in social functioning, moral and somatic health, and to experience positive emotion even amid stress. According to the previous researchers, 1 in 12 of the population of India has alcohol use disorders, and there is a gross variation in the pattern of alcohol use disorders among the country. According to the previous researchers, alcohol consumption and resilience can interfere with adults' physical and mental health also. If mental health providers actively focus on boosting stress resistance using psychological therapies, they will likely have the highest success in enhancing resilience among alcoholics. The present research paper examines resilience among alcohol abusers before and after giving the psychological intervention. Next slide. So, in this study, the resilience is referred to an individual's ability to positively adapt in the face of adversity. And the alcohol abusers refers to the people who showed a problematic pattern of alcohol use, leading to clinically significant impairment or distress within a 12-month period. Next slide. So here are the objectives of the study, and the main hypothesis of the study was there is a significant difference in resilience among alcohol abusers before and after intervention. Next slide, please. So the method we have adopted is pre-test, post-test research design was found suitable for the study, and we have collected the sample using convenience sampling method, and the participants were 20 male alcohol abusers from 5 different districts of Kerala, and the age range of the sample varied from 25 to 50 years. The tools we used were the 14-item resilience scale and the personal data sheet and informed consent. Next slide, please. And the data collection for the present study was conducted in 2 phases. In the first phase, participants' responses were collected before giving interventions. And the second data collection phase was carried out after providing psychological intervention for 3 weeks. Apart from pharmacological treatments, psychological interventions such as cognitive behavioral therapy, mindfulness-based therapy, and motivational enhancement therapy are provided for the participants. Next slide, please. And the major findings of the study concluded that before psychological interventions among the 20 alcohol abusers, 65% of them had low resilience and 20% of them had average resilience, and 50% of them had showed high resilience. And after giving psychological intervention, the high level of resilience has raised up to 60%, and the 30% showed average level of resilience, and the low level of resilience has reduced to 10%. So from the mean value, it can be corroborated that there is a significant difference in resilience among alcohol abusers before and after intervention. Next slide, please. So the resilience can help alcohol abusers cope successfully with adversity, demonstrating adaptive emotional and physiological stress responses. The balance between what occurs within individuals and how they manage stressful events significantly prevents relapse. So the finding of the present study showed that resilience of alcohol abusers has increased after the implementation of psychological interventions. The findings could indicate that alcohol use treatment should incorporate therapeutic techniques that enhance resilience and help patients develop social networks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nisha. Dr. Kapoor, do you have any questions for Nisha?
I have just 2 things to ask. What was your target population?
So it was alcohol abusers.
Okay. And they were just identified randomly or like?
No, they were selected from my de-addiction center.
Okay. And have you incorporated any suggestions or outcomes which are there by the rehabilitation centers?
Excuse me, sir, I didn't get a question.
Have you visited any rehabilitation centers?
Yes, sir.
So were there any like suggestions from them?
Yeah, we are suggested to incorporate more resilience enhancing activities to enhance their resilience, and it will actually help them to prevent the relapse rate.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Ishad, if you have any questions.
Yeah, if you have any.
For me, there is no questions at all. You may go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. So we have our third representative, Dr. Pulan Das. Do we have Dr. Pulan Das here?
Yes, yes, madam.
Okay, so he will be presenting a paper on perceptions of body images among young Indian male cricketers. And you're using MBSRQ models. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, the convener, Neela madam. I am Dr. Pulendas from Assam, working as an assistant professor in physical education and sports science in Lakshmibai National Institute of Physical Education, Guwahati, Assam. The title is The Perception of Body Image Among Young Indian Male Cricketers Using MBSRQ Models. I want to tell you that this is a salami slicing of my PhD thesis, which was carried out in Bishop. Things I would like to highlight here in my title, that is body image, one is cricketers, one is MBSRQ. So what is body image and why there is a necessary to discuss or to investigate the body image of the young cricketers? So in this slides, you have seen this is the famous players, and this girls is very famous, awarded by Padmasri and Padmasri. But if you look at, they are not less than any models. Okay. So what is body image and what the perception of body image by the young cricketers? Body image is what you think, how you feel when you look in the mirror and when you picture yourself in our mind and in your mind. This includes the how you feel about the appearances, what you think about your body itself, such as height, weight, and how you feel within your own skin. Why it is necessary to study this body image in sports particularly? Because this is a new terminology, a new area in sports science or sports psychology. It is quite old, but this is a new trends going on in our cricketers, among the cricketers, especially in India, because so many media involvement in this profession or in these sports. Among all sports, we know that cricket is most popular and crazy sports among all sports in India. This cricket has earned a lot of respect through performance, name, fame, and of course, huge amount of money itself. As we know, the involvement of the global media, such as electronic, social, and print media, this very sports is brightening day by day for this. And when I investigated, I have seen the two things among cricketers. One is cricketer has actually two distinct body images. One on the field, that means the performance, and one off the field. Especially my research area, that topic which is covered, the off the field perceptions. Suppose I give you an example here. The social media, how social media is brutally trolled the Pakistani cricketers on their public speaking ability rather than their sports performances sometimes. So another important point is the involvement of money in cricket from endorsement and advertisement. It seems that they look much good, fit, strong, outspoken, and confident along with their performances. So then they have then that means they may have chance to get media attractions. This is why we have more positive or possessive towards their body images. So the research question is that why the research question is what is the first class cricketer and have to what first class cricketers have to think about their body images. So please proceed to the next slides. So in my studies, I have chosen the three basic categories of the players. One is university level cricket players, and one is state level cricket players, and one is district level cricket, district level club players. Okay, and these are the sources of my studies, and there are 75 numbers of male athletes, especially 18 to 24 years of age. 25 out of 75, 25 were from university level, which was chosen from LNIP Gwalior University team, and 25 club level players from Guwahati Cricket Club Centers, and 25 district level sports cricketers, which was taken from the again Kamrup Association Assam, which was recognized by Assam Cricket Association under BCCI. And what is MBSRQ models? MBSRQ models is multi-dimensional sports and self-relation questionnaire models. Actually, it has 5 basic subscales. It comprises of 5 subscales such as appearance evaluations. Please go ahead. Slides number 12. Appearance orientations, appearance evaluations, overweight preoccupations, body area satisfactions. Please move to 12. Yes. These are the 5 subscales. There are 5 subscales. One is appearance orientation. That is extent of investment one's appearances. How much money they invest to look themselves better. Overweight preoccupations. Somebody has anxiety over weight vigilance behaviors, dieting, eating restraints. This comes under the overweight preoccupations. Then appearance evaluations, then feeling of physical attractiveness and unattractiveness. Then self-classified weight, how one perceives and labels one weight from very underweight to very overweight. Then last subscale, that is body area satisfaction. That means satisfaction with discrete aspects of one's appearances. These 5 subscales has 34 questions or items, and everyone has different keys. So what is the significance? The significance is that this body image profiles studies is more significant, especially among the young and novice cricketers, because they are ready to face the international sports or ready to face the national sides. That is why they are more prone, they are more aware of their bodies, and that is why this studies has been taken up. And these are the studies that means sources of these are the next madam please, the 15 members. Yeah, these are the sources where the sample has taken, and these are the men the body image profile has taken from multidimensional body shape relation questionnaire MBSRQ models, which was designed by Professor TFS. It was modified versions. It came to early 2000. Administrative questionnaires. This questionnaire were administered on their field premises. Design of the study. In the present study, simple random sampling technique was used, in which male and female. Actually, it is salami slicing studies. That is why female the terms is here. 3 levels of cricketers were compared separately. And statistical software were used, IBM SPSS 20 software, and analysis of data. In these studies, I have found that the club level cricketers, after using the ANOVA, analysis of variance, statistics and descriptive statistics, I have found that the club level cricketers were significantly higher than the university level, as well as than university level and district level cricketers. In terms of appearance orientations, a statistical figure shows that the club level cricketers again significantly higher than the universities and district level cricketers. And self-classified weight, in terms of weight categories, it is found that university level cricketers significantly higher than club level, as well as please go ahead. 2021 numbers page. Yes, sir. 21 number slide, please. Yes, this is the findings. This is the findings. Here I was talking about 5 subscales and their results. Who was better? In appearance evaluations, the statistical p-value shows that club level cricketers were that higher significantly than university level and district levels. And in terms of appearance orientations, again club level cricketers were significantly higher than the university and district level cricketers. But in terms of self-classified weight categories, we have seen that university level cricketers were significantly higher than the club level and district levels. And overweight preoccupations. And in these sectors, in these segments, we have found again university level cricketers were significantly higher than the club levels and district levels. And body area satisfaction. In the last subscales also, we have found university level cricketers were significantly higher than others too. But overall, if you look at the club and university level cricketers were significantly higher than district levels. And there are some delimitation of my research study, because university level cricketers were chosen from a restricted university. Lakshmi National University is a sports university, a renowned university, and students were selected from that university, and these students are restricted. They are staying in hostels. They are limited in their sources. As well as club levels, they are professional club level players, but district level players found very insignificant in all terms. Maybe there are some other limitation in my studies, such as they are not residential, they have come from different backgrounds, and that is why like club level, that is why the district level cricketers are not found any significant results. But overall, if I look at the conclusion, what I made here in the last slide, in the conclusion slide, that there was significant difference in multidimensional body image profiles of university, club, and district level male cricketers. Yes, significant differences was there among them. But I found that in 3 cases, the university level players were significantly better than these two. And 2 cases, I have found the club level cricketers were found significantly higher than university and district level. I would like to conclude these research presentations here, and there are some further studies, plan for further studies, or maybe the women's, maybe the other professionals. Thank you very much. And these are my references are there in the last slides. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Das. It was very, very interesting topic. Dr. Rashad, do you have any questions?
Yeah, it was a timely study in terms of today's world. I appreciate him to come out with the different thinking about cricketing world. And the contribution that he has made is excellent. I think I have only one question that I just want to clarify whether the researcher have understood the reason for the significant difference among club level cricketers as well as university level cricketers. As you presented, you know that from the MBS RQ models, 3 domains highly dominates the university graduates cricketers. 2 domains significantly
Sir, I would like to Sir, I would like to give you the answer in such a way that this, as I said, these students are residential students, and they are having, they are studying in a good institution like Lakshmibai National Institution. It's a central government funded institution, and their financial backgrounds are very good. They can pursue all kind of facilities, whatever they like, in terms of clubs as well as district levels, and that is why, in terms of, because they can afford gym, they can afford any kind of cosmetics, they can afford sports gadget and gear. And that is why, and I believe that is the reason of significance.
Okay. Is there any of your hunch that the same study could be generalized in other parts of India? Would that be the same results?
No, sir. Because the sample size was 75. So because we are 1.4 billion populations, and I can't generalize my research topic among all.
Okay, thank you for your responses.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Amit, can you have any?
Yeah, Dr. Amit, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Just one thing to ask. Mr. Poolen, I just want to know, like, as the outcome of your study, which sub-skill is the most important?
Overweight preoccupation. Because it has directly relation with the general motor fitness and motor abilities.
All right, thank you very much.
Sir, I would like to add you that you can't see player like Inzamamul Haq nowadays.
Right.
Thank you so much, Dr. Das. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's move to our fourth.
Excuse me, Dr. Nazima. I would like to.
Dr. Nilam, you're not audible.
Guest for the session chair for the 4-5 papers. Dr. Nida Samir Mohammed has joined us from the Iraq, and one of his scholars is also going to present his paper in the next slides and in the next upcoming presentations. So Dr. Nida is basically from Iraq. Her education is also from completely from Iraq, from different universities and different organization, and she has expertise. She is a multidimensional expert, we can say, because she has done many work in pharma, many work in, means she is not related to only the a specific domain. Means in surgery, she has surgery, veterinary medicines, medical physiology, and pharma, clinical physiology, and so many things she has done in her academic career. So welcome, Dr. Nida Mohammed Haseen. Dr. Nida, and I hope that you will enjoy the session. Please welcome Dr. Nida. And Her presentation is around to come. Yes, in the upcoming session, our student will present a paper. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, sir.
Can I continue, Dr. Nida? Yeah. Okay. We would like to have our fourth presenter, Miss Kusumita Chakrabarti, Miss Ishita Bhattacharya. Do we have them over here?
Hi, good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Yeah, both
And
of us
okay,
joined from the same.
Ishita. Got it. Got it.
Yes, yes.
So you're going to present a paper on the role of media in shaping child's psychology. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Our research paper is on the role of media in shaping child psychology, and we are academic researcher from CCSSS, Jadavpur University. So what's the research question that we are going to do that research paper and presenting it here? The research question remains. The question behind carrying out the research is to find out the relationship between mass media and psychology of children. Yes, the research can be done on the relationship between mass media and psychology of anyone, but for this proposed research work, we have counted the psychology of children. Ma'am, can you please move to the next slide, please? Yeah, thank you. Do mass media have any role in shaping child psychology? And if yes, then how? How does mass media play a role in shaping child psychology? And also, this is a very big question for the parents. Which medium to select for the growing age children and for how much time remains a crucial question for these parents. The proposed research work could be helpful in this purpose, we believe. Next slide, please. Yeah. Let's discuss some features. According to the theories of mass media, to namely some the hypermic needle theory or the usage and gratification theory, messages disseminated by media platforms has particular impact on our mind. Actually, we select media contents according to our emotional needs, cognitive needs, and social needs. And also, media also target the message to a target audience using our needs. Approximately 90% of the youth and adolescent population have access to social media, and at least 70% have them at least one profile in any of the networking site. You may say YouTube, Twitter, Insta, and Snapchat, Facebook, etc. In 21st century, we have just passed the COVID period. The people who report higher anxiety have the tendency to use social media excessively. Research on traditional media, to namely TV, radio, and newspaper, has identified both health and psychological concerns that have direct implication with the viewing of the media and with our psychological and physical health. Okay, some more features. Actually, research data have shows that this newer media, the convergence of media, we may say in our mobile phone, we get our daily newspaper, we get the television channel, and also the digital media, like the OTT platforms and the Telegram channels and the Daily Hunt, short Insta stories and many things like that. So research data shows that this newer media offer both benefit and risks to the physical and mental health of children, and also to the teenagers and also to the adults. But let's discuss about children first. Psychological effect of media examines the impact that 21st century media use has a direct implication on human behavior, from teenage crashes. You may say we all are very much familiar with the BTS fan base of teenager and the children. At the time of crisis, like the COVID period, we have seen social media use and given rise to a higher impact. We have seen people finding out bed, oxygen cylinders, remdesivir, and also found that crowdfunding is happening in the name of COVID purpose, but it has gone in vain. So let's discuss the objectives of the study. Ma'am, can you please change the slide? Yeah, thank you so much. Main objective of the proposed research work is to measure the effectiveness of media on children from psychological perspective. We must know the stages of our lifespan development may be told by Erik Erikson. It is affected by environmental and social stimuli. Similarly, mass media doesn't operate in a vacuum. It acts as per the norm of the surroundings, of the environment, as per the states. We can say this is a supply-demand chain. We demand a specific message, a specific content from the media, and they supply us that content like we want this. We can say like the present scams going on in West Bengal and the other parts of the country. We want to see the deeper reports from that scams and related to the political leaders and the big names of the film industry. And media goes to the deeper and give us the impromptu message. Analyzing the chain process in the context of children and the psychology, if their psychology affected by mass media. But how media works on psychology? How does it works? Actually, media inject a strategically created message into a human mind. It multiplies the messages, repeating the same content, impacts the viewers, listeners, or readers. Having a smartphone with a good data speed and a good camera angle and a social media account is all we need to disseminate information. We can start a riot, we can start a food donation drive, we can start crowdfunding. We know about Milap.org and the other crowdfunding websites. Though many of the content creators do not look after the ethics of mass media, and our state machinery don't have any proper gatekeeping skill to look after how media works.
Dr. Isita, I would like to remind you the time.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. So, impact of child psychology. Children can't select the proper channel and content for consumption. Negative contents can have adverse effect on children as well as the positive content. And the addiction is media is a great matter of concern after COVID. So can you please move to the statistical analysis, the research methodology?
Dr. Neelam, can you move to the second?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ishita Bhattacharya. I am the academic researcher CCSSS Jadavpur University. And today I will go through the research methodology part right now. So our research was mainly based on purely primary data, and the sample size was 100, and the data has been collected from the government school of Kolkata. Random samples were picked from the age group that is 5 to 16, and the questionnaire was filled up manually by the sample in the presence of the researcher. Next slide. So if we see this particular slide, I will directly now focus on the diagrammatic representation of the data. The first pie diagram represents that people are focused on mainstream media till today. 98% of the population are dependent on mainstream media, whereas only 2% of the population are consuming the mainstream media. The next diagram clearly represents the modal value, that is 66% of the population are dependent on TV, whereas 20% dependent on newspaper, 3% listens to radio, and 11% of the total population are consuming all these three media. Moving to the next slide, we will see that how much time they engage themselves on mainstream media as well as in new media, that is smartphones. So the time slabs are divided into three parts, which is less than 1 hour, 1 hour, and more than 1 hour. So if we see the data, we will see that 41% of the total population, that is a modal value, are engaging themselves on mainstream media for 1 hour, and the half of the population, that is 52% of the population, that is more than the half of the population, are engaging themselves on smartphone, which is more than 1 hour daily. So this comparison of time on mainstream media as well as the new media is also demonstrated in the next multiple bar diagram. Now move on to next slide. We can also see a clear picture, that is why smartphone is attractive for them. So we can directly see, ma'am, next please. Ma'am, next slide please. Ma'am, next one. I hope I'm
He's changing the slide, but it's not moving. Disconnecting. Wait for a minute. Connection disruption is there.
okay, ma'am. So let me explain. Later on, we will see to that graph. Okay, so if we see the data, we will clearly identify that YouTube attracts majority of the population, that is 42% of the population, followed by social media, that is 35%, followed by gaming and calling, that is 29%, and clicking selfies, that is 27%, and least attractive feature of our target group was online streaming, that is only 19%. The most important information we receive, that is 64% of the targeted population agreed that the point media plays a very important role in shaping the behavior, whereas 11% of the population disagreed with the point, and 25%, remaining 25%, unable to register whether media plays an important role in shaping the child's psychology or not. My data or our data also speaks that 5% says that media plays a positive role, whereas 2% says media plays a negative role, and 44% of the total population says that media plays both positive and negative role, and remaining 13% can't register the effect. So from this data analysis, we can directly see that there is a scope that we could have increased the number, because we had worked with only 100 population. Moreover, we can also observe that the children found that the media has an impact of happiness as well as irritation at the same time. So it is very important from the fact that we got from the data we received. Okay, and thus, we can conclude that the proposed research work has tried to establish a relationship between the media habits of 15 to 16 years of old children and their psychological well-being. Repeating the same message and bombarding the brain by multiplying the message creates panic and negative feedback towards the society. Though soft content embedded with decent presentation and unique content can give a feel of relaxation and positive attitude towards the outer world. We can come with a conclusion that the selecting a content by creator and disseminating that content logically can contribute in psychological well-being of young adults and adolescents. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ishita and Kusumita. Thank you so much. Dr. Rashad, do you have a question for them?
Yeah, it's a good study that contributes societal well-being. But as per the analysis, still says the sample group heavily reliant on mainstream media like TV. Am I right?
Right, right.
But as far as the age group concerned, the tendency of those group are playing around with smartphone these days.
Right.
I feel there is a contradiction that this while the young generation is moving towards more smartphone, while still they are looking at watching the TVs. Is there any specific reason?
So they have the digital platform in their hand. Everybody has the access to internet nowadays, sir. So if we see that people are more into digital media nowadays, however, if we focus that whether they are engaging themselves in some traditional media, we can also see that they are also engaging themselves in TV, radio, newspaper, and moreover, they are also engaged in smartphones. But if we consider the time, we can directly analyze that they are engaging themselves lesser time on mainstream media and more time on digital platform.
Okay, thank you for your explanation.
Most welcome. Thank you.
Dr. Amit?
Yes, I totally agree with Dr. Irshad. I have one observation also. As your target group was from 15 to 16th age, right? And as sir already 5 to 16, right? And sir has already said that children these days are well equipped with smartphones and they have less tendency to watch the TV. So they might be biased while like giving you the answers regarding like how they have been affected by the social media. So was there anything in your study to like take care of that biasness?
So this is, we can consider it as a future scope. We can add in our research, sir. Actually, sir, we have not considered the point of view of the parents, which must have been considered in a future study. It will be very much wonderful and surprising to see what the parents are guiding them to see, what the school are guiding them to see. Is there any mechanism in our education system, in our society, to guide the students to see that and don't see that? That will be, will be a very much helpful study for our young generation and the adolescent population. Thank you, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. That was an
Thank you.
interesting paper. Thank you. We would like to move to our fifth presenter. We have quite a number of people who wrote a paper on drowsiness detection and alert Android app using OpenCV. So we have Mr. John Vargasi, Mr.
Please,
Amol
please
Skaria,
come.
Mr. Astin, Mr. Deon, and Dr. Mahavishwar. So who is presenting this?
Hi all, I'm Amartis Karia and I'm going to present the project. So our project is on drowsiness detection and alert using Android app. So next slide, please. In this one, we will be discussing about the abstract, the introduction, the literature review, like what were the proposed method till now, the result of our for the proposed approach, what the approach we have taken, the result, and the conclusion and references. Next slide. Since we know drowsiness while driving is a major cause of road accidents, here in this project, we are trying to help the drivers, like to alert them regarding if they are getting drowsy or not. Based on that, it can save many of them from having an accident or occurring of accident. So in this system, we have used OpenCV. OpenCV generally uses to get the eyes and the facial structures to extract features of that, and then we will be getting the facial landmark and the eye tracking. Based on that, after getting the eye tracking, we will be using deep learning algorithms. We will figure out if their eyes are closed for us or a certain amount of time or open. Based on that, we will be getting to know whether they are feeling drowsy or not. So in this way, we are going to get to know whether what the result. Then in the introduction, next slide. Introduction, yes. Accident detection and alert systems has become increasingly crucial in addressing the issue of the road accidents, which continue to result in significant loss of lives and property globally. Despite advances in road safety measures, the number of road accidents continues to rise due to various factors such as reckless driving, human error, and technological malfunctions. An efficient accident detection and alert app is designed to detect road accidents in real time and take measures to prevent it, as well as to provide relevant information to emergency services and related authorities, which means like we will be taking the data of the about the drivers, and we can use a global data based on it to get an understanding about in what situations in or what cases such accidents occur. Next slide, please. Ma'am, in the literature review, as we can see in the paper Real-Time Driver Drowsiness Detection using computer vision, the authors have used EAR and YAWN values respectively. Uses eSpeak for the voice alerts to get them to let them inform them about the alert systems, like they are getting drowsy or not. The clear iframes and proper alignment are crucial for model accuracy. Sometimes the pictures get blurry. Based on that, the apps cannot detect if it is going to happen, if like they are drowsy or not, if it is closed or not. In the darkness, it becomes a bit problem. So we have actually able to get to it, like even in the dark it was able to detect using even specs. In the next paper, it was a real-time embedded system application for driver drowsiness and alcoholic intoxication detection. Over there, the authors have published a system using computer vision and alcohol sensor detector. They have used a hard class-based classifier, which we have also used in our project, to detect if about their condition, like whether they are in a stable state to drive or not. Based on that, they have detected. And then in the paper driver drowsiness detection, they have also used cam shift for the camera, hard training for the eyes, like to get the eyes uh, points, and and then based on those points they will detect. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide. Some are the few of the using image processing in the proposed drowsiness detection system. They have taken the images of the drivers, and based on that they have selected which are the, like, if the driver is drowsiness or not. So there are other tools also. I'll directly go to my approach. Next slide, please. Next slide, ma'am. Ma'am, next slide. Yeah, in this proposed approach, it is an outline of how I have done. First, there will be a video. For that, I will be capturing the video. Based on that video, I will get the face detection. And from that face marks, it will get the eye detection and tracking. It will track the eyes, and then it will say like it will get the location of the eyes in the face. Ma'am, next slide. Ma'am, slide. Then, based on the eyes, it will have a threshold value for which it will check if the eyes were closed for a few number of seconds or not. Based on that, it will decide whether it was a blink or it was literally they were about to sleep. So based on that, it will detect the drowsiness. If it turns out to be a drowsiness, then it will send an alert mechanism, like it will send a message that the driver is getting alert, like alerting system, and otherwise it won't. Ma'am, next slide. So here is the flow diagram. First, it will first it will capture the video, then detect the faces, then measure the eye aspect. Sometimes while browsing, we just tend to nod our head down. So based on those threshold values and the eye values, it will check if the driver is about to get drowsy or not. Based on that, it will get the trigger alert. Otherwise, it won't. Next slide, ma'am. Now my approach, like my model, what I've done comes up. So
Excuse
here
me,
over here,
can I interrupt in and said, could you please stick it to 2 minutes?
yes, ma'am. This is the model approach. This is the important part.
Thank you.
So here the model. So how I've made the model, MobileNet 2. This is an algorithm by Google. This is actually an architecture, not an algorithm. It has got the convolution neural network. What it does, it is basically for the image. So for images, it takes the important information. Then after this, there are 3 layers of convolution. What convolution does is it gets the important features of the eyes. From the various pixel values, it will get to know where the eye is, and based on that, since images are 2D, it has to be converted in 1D. So for that reason, we have used the flattened layer. In the flattened layer, it will just get it into 1D version, and then it will use the dense function. What dense function generally does, it will, in the neural network architecture, they generally connect each node to every node of the every from previous layer to the next layer. So based on that, the dense layer connects it, and based on this, we get the accuracy. So ma'am, next slide. The data set that we used, we got it. It was an online data set that was available. There were 4,000 images, and we have regenerated those images, made it into 8,000 images, and based on that, we have concluded our training. Ma'am, next slide. So result, as you can see, first, this is a picture of one of my colleague, friend. For him, when he was closing the eyes, first they detected the image. The red box actually detects the face, and then it will detect whether it is and his eyes is closed or open. Ma'am, next slide. Now, as you can see, since his eyes were closed, so they sent a drowsy alert. And even when in the dark images, like he was wearing specs, so even in the dark, it would calculate that if he is getting drowsy or not. Next slide, please. So this is the accuracy. First, in deep learning, we generally train on the images. Based on that, we test on the ones. So for training, it turned out to give an accuracy of 99%. While testing on the new data set, it turned out to give around 91% for the accuracy. And loss, in both the cases, it turns around, for training, it turned out to be very close to 0.0, like it was 0.01. And in test, it was around 0.1. Next slide, please. So for conclusion, we can improve this project based on more real-time data. As more data we collect, the algorithm gets better in understanding the drowsiness features, and also about, since various people have got various facial structures and all, so it is very important for them to understand for various culture, for various people across globally. So for them, and also the more the data it gets, the more it able it has got the ability to understand about the drowsiness system. So this is this is my project. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It was an interesting thing. It will save so many lives also. Dr. Richard, do you have anything?
Yes, this is actually a needed project for today's world, where the see the accidents are on the increase. I know that you have reviewed a few prior researches or projects where the similar systems were tried out.
Yes, sir.
And what is the new addition that you have included
So
in your
basically,
proposed
in those previous projects, it was what we have gone through the research paper. We figured out that basically during while night travel, we generally keep the lights off inside our cars. So it becomes very hard for them to get to know whether it is an if the eyes are closed or not, because in the dark it gets very difficult for them to understand. So here in this we have used the algorithm which we have used. Basically in this case we are using trial and error method for everyone. So we have tried with a different model, and in this case they were able to detect whether it is going to if they will be able to, like, if it is drowsy, like eyes are closed or not, even in the dark. Basically they take the pixel values, and based on that they detect where the edges of the eyes, and on based on that they get to know whether the eyes are closed or not. For closed eyes the pixel values will be different, for opened eyes the pixel values will be different. Based on that they calculate and for how long. They also take into consideration the time. For a few seconds if it is closed, so if they cross the threshold, then they will know it is closed.
Okay, when it come to implementation of the project, so how is the plan for integration into the vehicle? Like, you see, first thing that you need to capture the video. So what is the plan
Yes,
for?
sir. It has to be that we are actually working on the Android app. We have made the models, but we are yet to publish the Android app. Basically, we have to do it in here. What we are trying to do, so most of the time we have seen, like even in driver cases, they keep the mobiles on. So for that, since we have seen, even if you look at the commercial cars, the cars they have kept the mobile on most of the time for GPS location. So based on that they have to have a camera, otherwise there will be an external setting of the camera, and the camera will capture will have the real-time data which will be based on to the server, and server will continuously update and give the results.
Okay, thank
And
you, Amal,
based
for
on
your
that,
great explanation. Right.
Dr.
thank you, sir.
Amit.
Yeah, I just want to ask one thing. Is OpenCV cost effective or it is expensive?
It's cost effective, sir. It's used in every using this we can detect the eyes, hands, human posture, everything. So it's there it's a library, so actually we can
Okay, okay.
anyone can use it. It's a free of access.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Ahmad. Thank you. We will be
Thank you.
moving to our seventh paper presenter, Dr. Deepti Kubalkar, Dr. Shilpa Sharma. Who's going to present the paper?
Ma'am, I'm going to present.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deepti. So your paper is on.
Excuse me, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Naida. I'm sorry,
Naida,
Nida,
sorry,
I believe.
Naida. Yes, she is there. Her Dr. Naida's scholar Ahmad Latif is going to present the paper.
Yes,
on
I'm
behalf
sorry, I
of
just
Dr.
missed
Naida.
it. Okay, so Ahmad is going. Do we have Ahmad here?
Yes.
Presentation number 14.
Presentation number 14, ma'am.
Hello, it's Ahmed.
Yes, yes. Okay, Ahmad. So he will be presenting assessment of pinhole for visual acuity recoverment in patients with myopia, I believe.
That's
Myopia.
Myopia.
Yes, yes, yes. Myopia. Okay. I think Okay, please, all the best. I'm sorry, Dr. Deepti. I missed one line. It's just catch
No
up later.
problem, no problem,
Thank,
ma'am.
thank you.
I'm here. I'm
So
enjoying
Ahmad, you
hearing
have
all
only
papers.
six. Thank you. Ahmad, you have 6 minutes, okay?
Okay. So, my name is Ahmed. I am from Baghdad, Iraq. I study optic technology at Uruk University. Could you show the slide, the PowerPoint? I will talk about assessment of the pinhole for visual acuity improvement in patient with myopia. Next slide. The natives of Arctic took advantage of the stenobic principle long ago, sewing stenobic slits in whale bones. These visual aids served primarily not to increase visual acuity, but to reduce the ambient luminance level in a glacial landscape. Next slide. This picture will show you the pinhole we talk about. It's contain a plastic black glasses with a hole in the middle, little small. It's help to focus the light on the lens to see better and know what the patient could see, if he need the glasses or not. Next slide, please. The simple stenobic slit represented the diagnosis key to practically all forms of refraction-related visual defects. If a patient is suspected to have amblyopia or indicated correction of a refractive error, no more is needed than a card with a 1 millimeter or a hole in which is held a few millimeters in front of the eye concurrent. Next slide, please. Sequencing and looking through a tiny hole made with a finger works similarly to pinhole occluder by blocking light through the outer parts of the eye's lens. An improvised pinhole has similar but better effect. The same principle has also been applied as an alternative to corrective lenses. A screen of pinhole is mounted on an eyeglass frame and worn as pinhole glasses. Next slide, please. The pinhole glasses for vision problems. Myopia. Obviously, the nearsightedness is the most common problem in the world because of the electronic devices, mobile and computer. So it's very common at the world. Next slide. Stigmatism. Stigmatism is a condition in which the eye does not focus light evenly onto the retina, the light-sensitive tissue at the back of the eye. Pinhole glasses may help people who have astigmatism to see better, but only when they are wearing them. Astigmatism keeps the ray of light that your eye take in from meeting at common focus. Pinhole glasses reduce the amount of light your eyes take in, but pinhole glasses also restrict your vision by blocking part of the image in front of you. They also can't receive astigmatism. Your vision will go back to what it was when you take the glasses off. Next slide, please. Induction and conduction of pinhole glasses. The induction estimate the best corrected visual acuity, evolution potential visual acuity of patients with cataract and other optical of the ocular media. Conduction very dense cataract patient inability to understand and perform the test. Next slide, please. Usage of pinhole. A pinhole brush improves the patient's visual impression in the presence of cone dystrophy. It helps to see the better colors and diagnose them. Next slide, please. In this table, you will see the difference between the pinhole and the glasses and lenses. And lenses glasses can correct the regular refractive error, such as myopia, hypermetropia, and astigmatism. The pinhole can help the patient to see better, and irregular refractive error, such as irregular astigmatism. And lenses to correct refractive error only. But with the pinhole, it determines if this decrease in vision is correctable by lenses. It cut the way and tell us if the patient needed eyeglasses or not. The pinhole. With the lenses glasses, it allows subject and methods. With the subjects, we only need the patient group. We didn't need the control group. And with methods, we use the pinhole test. Next slide, please. Pinhole test. Pinhole testing is mainly used for adults and older children. Children under 7 and 8, they will struggle by using the pinhole because they don't understand very good, and will didn't use it as much the adults. A pinhole occluder is used to determine whether reduced vision is caused by refractive error. If this is the case, the pinhole will cause improvement in visual acuity. The pinhole Warren, this sorry. If the pinhole Warren vision, this can indicate macular disease. The macular disease will show also. The next slide, please. And this is the machine of the refractive error to use. Next slide. And this is the frame we use to put the visual acuity, the pinhole. We shouldn't try it with the, if it was wet, we should try it, dry it and put it to the patient to use it. Next slide, please. Next. The results. Here we use showed that all the p-values for refractive error of both eyes were 0.05, indicated that there was no significant difference in refractive error of myopia practitioners without and with wearing the pinhole. It's no difference between wearing it and not. Different all practitioners showed reducing in the range of half one. Yes. Table 1, there are no significant difference, and with the other table, there are. Next slide, please. Table 2 shows the characters of the 14 subjects, 34 of 48 subjects. 71% has myopia. All subjects are 20 on 20 CDVA and CNVA. Mean bubble size with pinhole glasses under photopic conditions are consistently grade comparant with pinhole. Bubble size, furthermore, pinhole bubble size was very close to the municipal bubble size. Okay, next slide, please. All subjects showed there was no significant difference for gender. There no need for no difference between genders, no difference between ages after 12 or 8, no difference between colors, no difference between anything. It's just the same for all people. Next slide, please. And here are the reference we use it. I take from the hospitals and the websites. Next slide, please. And here I thank you for listening to me. Thank you for hosting me and my Dr. Nida Samir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ahmad. Thank you so much for your time. Dr. Amit, do you have any questions from Ahmad?
No, ma'am, no questions. As we are running short of time, I think we should wind up first.
Dr. Ishrad, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have one. It's not a question. Your conclusion is even the installation of pinhole does not make an improvement in the, that is the myopia, like no, the short-sighted view, right? Was there any improvement?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So even after the installation of the pinhole with the patients,
Yes.
was there any improvement in your short-sighted views?
No, no, it's not. It's of course will improvement. It's show you how much the patient could correct his vision. It's very useful.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We have one last, person who is going to present. No, not the last one, I guess. So we are left with two more. Dr. Deepti, am I right? So Dr. Deepti is going to talk about the review of the environment impact assessment, notification, governing public hearing process in development projects. Please go ahead.
Can you please share my slides?
Yes, Dr. Nilam, could you please share the presentation? I think she's looking for it. Dr. Nila? Yep.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Deepti Kobalkar, Assistant Professor at Symbiosis Law School, Nagpur. So my topic for presentation is review of environmental impact assessment notification, governing public hearing process in developmental project. So in this paper, the main focus of discussion is on the present legislation on developmental projects requiring environmental clearances and importance of public hearing in taking this kind of decision, whether to give consent to this particular developmental project or not by the government. So coming to the meaning of environmental impact assessment, it is a tool which is used to identify the environmental, social, and economic impact of any project prior to taking the decision of any giving clearance to any developmental project. So this particular process is having an aim to predict environmental impact at the early stage in the development and planning and design of this particular project. So it finds ways and even means to reduce adverse impacts and shape project to suit the local environment. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So environmental impact assessment was initially practiced by developed countries, but slowly, it was also introduced in other developing nations, including India. And in India, environmental impact assessment, it was applied for the first time by executive decision in the year 1977. But officially, as law, it was introduced in the year 1994 by issuing the notification by central government. Though central government is not having any power of lawmaking, but Environmental Protection Act 1986, this is the governing legislation which empowers central government to make further rules and regulations for effective implementation of this particular law. And therefore, central government passed this particular rules of 1994 by issuing the notification. Moreover, it is revised in the year 2006, making it mandatory for various projects such as mining, then thermal power plants, river valley infrastructure, then road, highways, ports, airports, even industries, including very small kind of like electro-planting units to get environmental clearances. So recently during COVID lockdown, a new notification of environmental impact assessment 2020 was issued by the government, replacing this previous one of 2006. So this notification or new notification, It includes these 5 stages of environmental impact assessment: screening, scoping, EIA report, review, and decision making. So these are the 5 steps. So under the first step, that is screening, it is decided whether EIA is required for giving consent to that particular project or not. Then under the second stage, that is the stage of scoping, and it involves what needs to be covered in the assessment, and then it is reported in EIA report. Then third stage is EIA report. It is also called as the stage of assessment, and it has to include the likely significant effect of the developmental project on the environment and other social and economic issues. Under the fourth stage, that is the stage of review, affected parties or public must be given an opportunity to be heard, to express their views if they are having any objection to this kind of developmental project which are affecting their rights. And under the last stage, that is the decision making, competent authority finally, after hearing public, they decide, and after, of course, detailed assessment according to the procedure, they decides whether to give consent to this project or not. Once they have decided to give consent, then this decision is published in the newspaper, and now it is a requirement that it also should be published in electronic media. Next slide, please. Please move to the next slide. Yeah, thank you. So right to hear is an integral part of Indian Constitution. And wherever there is a possibility that the right of public may be affected or any person's right is affected, he or people must be given a chance to be heard according to the circumstances. So this particular legislation, delegated legislation of 2020 notification on EIA, it is contradicting this right to hear. And as various projects are exempted from the purview of this EIA check, which is against the principle of sustainable development and precautionary principles. Then further, when we look at the previous notification where 30 days time for the public hearing was given, now this period of 30 days is reduced to 20 days. So initially when the notification was issued, it was again published in only in English language. So thus language has become barrier for the communication and affecting even the right of people to know about the decision who are illiterate. Thus the provision also violate the right to freedom of speech and expression, which includes even right to know and to hear. So the public hearing is completely sidelined in many projects under this particular notification. And therefore, I have studied and critically analyzed this notification in my paper and suggested that public hearing should be given a priority from every stage. Please come to the last stage, last slide. Please move to the next. Yeah. Yeah. These drawbacks I have already covered. Yeah, conclusion. So here I conclude with the suggestion that implementation of the public hearing is not just a procedural requirement, but also will aid in protecting the interest of people as well as environment. So citizens should be able to access to the authority for the redressal if there is any violation of EIA notification, if they are properly communicated in their vernacular language, through proper giving them a chance to be heard or to be represented, even through NGOs and other things. Other compliances, if it is not done, then in this situation also there should be some change. And finally, I suggest that under the scheme of EIA, public hearing should be made mandatory in every stage of EIA for protecting the rights of people as well as environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dipti. Dr. Amit, do you have any questions for Dr. Dipti?
Dr. Dipti, it was a wonderful presentation. I think your suggestions are very good, but people must be aware of the legal procedure first so that they can actually understand what is there every time in the public hearing.
Yes.
Rest, I have no questions from you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Rashad?
I actually don't have any questions, please.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a last one. I think Sharon Rachel, if I'm not
Dr.
mistaken. By
Amrit, I'm about to leave, please. Please excuse me.
Sure, Dr. Rashad. Thank you so much for
Yes,
your
sir.
time. Dr. Nilam, do we have Dr. Sharon Rachel? I think so. We have one more person to give a paper on risking taking behavior purpose. Do we have the person here?
Yeah.
Can you switch on your cam? Yeah. Okay, cam. Okay, that's great. So you are please go ahead because it's quite late and people are it's their Saturday, so we want to wrap it up quickly. Thank you so much.
Okay, sure. Should I share the PPT or?
I don't know, Dr. Neelam, do you have a PPT? I think she has it. I guess so.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and start either.
Yes, yeah, that would be great, please.
Okay, so firstly, everybody, good evening, and I won't be taking much time. And thank you to everyone and the organization for giving me the opportunity to present here today. So my topic is risk-taking behavior, peer pressure, and its impact on pro-social behavior among emerging adults.
Dr. Neelam, can you mute yourself, please? Yeah. Dr. Neelam, can you mute yourself, please? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Ma'am, next slide, please.
Dr. Neelam, next slides, please.
Yeah. So I'll be firstly introducing the topic. There's an increasing trend of risk-taking behavior among young adults in India, but there's very little evidence done on these variables. So this study would basically examine risk-taking behavior, peer pressure, and impact on pro-social behavior among emerging adults in the Indian population. Adolescents and young adults are more likely than younger children to engage in risky behavior such as reckless driving, drug abuse, unprotected sex, and serious or minor antisocial behavior. Risk-taking behaviors are more noticeable at a specific developmental transition points, with the transition from adolescent to adulthood being one of the most important stages. Pro-social behavior is defined as actions that assist others without expecting to return in future. Experiencing another person's pain or need, according to an author called Batson, can trigger empathy, a distinct emotional response triggered when the one perceiving the scenario is able to put himself in the person's shoes, basically to empathize. And the empathic response would then encourage the person to act altruistically in order to improve the other person's well-being. Next slide, please, ma'am. The problem statement of my study is that, like I had previously explained, that adolescents and young adults are more likely to engage in risk-taking behavior, and there's an increasing trend of risk-taking behavior in young adults worldwide, but very little literature is present in India currently, and that's the reason why I had chosen these three variables for my study. The objectives of the study is to investigate the effects of peer pressure and emerging adult risk-taking behavior on pro-social behavior. And secondly, to understand and explore gender differences in risk-taking and pro-social behavior, and to understand the correlation of these behaviors. The research questions there are two research questions. Is there a relationship between pro-social behavior and risk-taking behavior? And the second research question is that, is there a relationship between pro-social behavior and peer pressure in emerging adults? Next slide, please. There are mainly three hypotheses for my study. First is there will be no significant relationship between pro-social behavior and risk-taking behavior. Second is there's no significant relationship between peer pressure and pro-social behavior. And the third one is that there will be gender differences found in pro-social behaviors where women are more likely to engage in pro-social action. Next slide. Moving on to the methodology of my study, the total sample size is 220 participants, where male and female participants were equal in number, that is 110 each. And
they belong to the ages of 18 to 25, that is the young adult population. Convenient sampling was used to specify the inclusion of participants. The inclusion exclusion criteria is pretty direct, that is, they have to belong to the ages of 18 to 25, and they should be fluent in English to understand basically interpret questions well. And exclusion criteria is those who refuse to give informed consent and those who simply don't fall under the age group of 18 to 25. Next slide, please. Now, these are the 3 tools that I've used for my study. For risk-taking behavior, I used a scale called GRIPS, that is General Risk-Taking Propensity Scale. This scale has consists of 8 items, and it assesses people's general willingness to take risks in a variety of settings, and it is basically a Likert scale. The second scale I used is a peer pressure scale, which was developed by Sandeep Singh and Sunil Sini. They are both Indian authors, and they're the ones who have developed the scale. And this scale consists of 25 items that are graded on a 5-point scale. Lastly, the pro-social behavior was assessed using the pro-socialness scale for adults, which consists of 16 items, and this as well was has a 5-point Likert scale for each pro-sociality item. Next slide, please. The procedure basically was the data was collected online, that is through Google Forms, and with the Google Forms, informed consent was attached, as well as socio-demographic details were collected. For data analysis, I use multiple regression analysis using SPSS tool, and along with that, I used t-test to compare the means of the 2 genders to assess pro-social behavior. Moving on to results. So to find out, to assess if there's any gender differences in pro-social behavior, it was found that using independent sample t-test, it indicated that pro-social behavior was slightly greater for females with a mean of 64.67 than males, which is with a mean rank of 64.13. Next slide. Since the data was normally distributed, I used Pearson's correlation scale, and the Pearson's correlation examined the relationship between pro-social behavior, risk-taking behavior, and peer pressure. Next slide, please. Lastly, I used 3 variables. I used multiple regression analysis. I used the enter method to predict pro-social behavior on risk-taking behavior and peer pressure. And a significant regression was found for risk-taking behavior, where the p-value was greater than 0.05. Thus, it can be concluded that risk-taking behavior is a significant predictor of pro-social behavior. And yeah, that's it. Moving on to discussion. Pro-social behaviors are those admirable traits that have emerged in spite of emotions or motives that would lead to reject charity and empathy. Many studies were conducted for the same. Furthermore, adolescents acquire social behaviors from respected peers and from their peers' reinforcement of the conduct they have shown through a hypothesis called social learning hypothesis that was given by Bandura. And the findings of my study revealed that there's a negative correlation between pro-social behavior and peer pressure. Next, women are more likely to engage in pro-social conduct and to conceive themselves in terms of their connections rather than their accomplishments. And based on this, the findings of my study prove that females are more likely to engage in pro-social behavior than males, pro-social acts than males. And lastly, for risk-taking is at one point was adversely connected with pro-social tendencies of early adolescents, but that drastically reversed as adolescents tend to age, where risk-taking tendencies were favorably correlated with pro-social tendencies. The findings of this mentioned study confirms that a positive correlation between risk-taking behavior and pro-social behavior, and pro-social is also significantly correlated with empathy. Finally, moving on to implications and limitations. Next slide, please. The implication, this study can further give for more practical studies and community service and volunteering among college students and other emerging adults. In order for emerging adults to engage in pro-social action, research suggests that they need to develop an internalized value for helping, and the study goes on to prove the same. Emerging adults in seeing the link between community service activities and their attaining relation maturity and adult status may help them to engage in helping behavior, which helps them to aid themselves in this process, giving them service, which helps giving service learning programs for the post. In future, there are some studies that can be done to evaluate the effects of pro-social conduct and determine the sources of pro-social behavior, research the function of family and educational requirements in self-development, investigate the developing self-concept and adult antisocial behavior of young adults. Furthermore, longitudinal research can also be done for various phases of pro-social behavior, which can be incorporated in the study. Last slide is limitations. Yeah. The limitation of my study was that since this was a correlation study, you could not assess the cause and effect of relationship between these three variables. And also there could be other factors affecting pro-social behavior other than risk-taking behavior and peer pressure, which I did not delve into. Other than this, Google Forms was used for collection of data where the population of it limits the population of the data and the socioeconomic status of the sample. And lastly, another limitation is that people may also have filled the form in a socially desirable way. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Dr. Amit, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just want to ask one thing. As the title suggests, risk-taking behavior. So, what sort of different risks you have covered in the study?
This risk as I mentioned, the scale I had used was just 8 items. So it just covers risk on a more surface level. Like that is basically like reckless driving of the use substance, or if they delve into peer pressure, just the basic sort of risk, nothing very much in depth.
Okay, thank you. Over to Dr. Nasba.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, Dr. Neelam, and even the organizer, Dr. Irshad, Dr. Amit, for everyone. Of course, it's a Saturday, it's a weekend for everyone, and we all would love to rush back to our family and give them some time. By this, I'm going to end up the session and hope to see you in future. Have a very good evening. Dr. Neelam, if you would like to say something.
Yes, Dr. Ritu Pranna will share his gratitude to all of one, and with his gratitude, we will compile the session. Please, Doctor, over to you, Ritu Pranna.
Thank you, Dr. Neelam and Nazma. Good afternoon to one and all present here. It is an honor for me to get the opportunity to thank all of the dignitaries present in the session. On behalf of the organizer committee, conference organizers, I would like to express my gratitude to all esteemed delegates of the international conference for their presence and contribution to make this international conference a great success. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest, Professor Shaikat Kumar Basu, PFS Executive Research Director, Claybridge, Alberta, Canada, for accepting our invitation and for being here with us today. Thank you, sir. Your thoughts have truly inspired us. A special thanks to Dr. Kinjal Kini বিশ্বাস, Principal of Muralidhar Girls College, for being a constant source of motivation and gratitude force in our endeavor and efforts to make the conference successful. I would further extend my hearty thanks to Dr. Neelam Goyal, Director of Research Solutions Global, for providing immense support and making this conference a wonderful and memorable one. I would like to express heartfelt thanks to our session chairs, Dr. Irshad, Dr. Shuikat, Dr. Amit, for chairing the sessions. Sincere thanks to organizing team and volunteers for working hard for the past few days to make this conference successful. I would like to thank my fellow colleagues and the students who have turned up in such a great numbers, not only from my department, but also from other departments of the college. Thank you so much for your cooperation. I'm sure you all must have enhanced your knowledge today. Looking forward for your active participation in near future too. With this, we come to an end of today's International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research in Current Era, organized by Research Solution Global in association with Muralidhar Girls College affiliated to University of Kolkata, Calcutta, India. Wishing you all very healthy life ahead. Stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you one and all.
Also, I would like to thank all the international participants and presenter, especially Dr. Nadia, all the delegate and experts. Also, I would like if any of the participants want to share something, he can raise hand and please he can speak something. Any suggestions, any comments? Most welcome. Dr. Amit Sharma, if anything
Yes,
from
yes,
faculty
Dr.
member.
Neelam. Yeah, I would like to say that it was a really wonderful conference, and in true meaning, it was a multidisciplinary conference, as we have seen the diversity of the research papers in terms of their different fields. So, thank you for giving me the opportunity to chair the session, and hopefully, we will be like connected in the future as well.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Anyone else, if he or she want to share something, his experience and anything, Dr. Shruti, anyone else?
Yeah, this is Pulin from
Yes.
Assam. Thank you, Neelam madam. That it was really wonderful. Especially, I want to thankful to you that you have accepted my PPTs as well as the papers. One thing I want to add, that sports is ignorant part in our society, and you have given me said that chance to deliver my views, and that is why I'm very much thankful for that.
Thank you so much for this confidence. It's very good. Thank you. And hence to know many of the acknowledgement again. Thank you so much, Dr. Manam, and for everyone.
Thank you so much, everyone. We can leave now. It's a wonderful experience, and I learned a lot of things with this conference. And I hope that we will organize so many conferences near future also. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Dear all, you can leave the meeting. Thank you.